Let's get the party started. It's time to get the party started, as we all know.
Yet our best
bring your friends, bring your families.
Best equipped, best
it's time for the show. The greatest show on earth.
Matter of fact, it's safe to say that
come on, y'all. Come on through. It's Hotep history time. Yes. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Welcome to another episode of Hotep History Live with your host, President Hotep Dudes. Come on now. Listen, man, we here. It's Friday night. We're going to play a little bit of a drinking game. Listen, when it comes down to H-Rap Brown, that's my guy. That's my guy. He was talking all week. Shout out to H-Rap Brown. We're going to get through the whole book tonight, no matter how long it takes. Okay, we're going to be here. So tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Repost all of the things. Like, subscribe, all of that. You feel me? And tap into the show. It's time. Come on. Fight the power. Come on. Fight the powers that be. Come on.
We got to pump the stuff to make it tough. From the heart, it's a start, a work of art to revolutionize, make a change, nothing strange. People, we are the same. No, we're not the same, cause we don't know the game.
Come on.
All we need is awareness. We can't get careless. You say, what is this? My beloved, let's get down to business. Mental self-defense of fitness. Don't rush the show. You got to go for what you know. To make everybody see. In order to fight the powers that be.
Listen, I couldn't imagine being a young adult when this song came out. You hear me? I think I was born the year this song came out. If I was 17, 18 when this song came out, what? Listen, I can't front. One of the things that I have understood even further, and this is the reason why it credits us to go past 1965, despite the portal theory. Being able to understand how a young person could become a Panther, could become a revolutionary, hell, even to become a communist. When you start reading these revolutionary books, gotta be honest, you can see and follow the logic as to how they got to that conclusion. I ain't gonna hold you. Even if I don't agree, I can understand. That's a fact. When it comes down to the things that H-Rap Brown was talking about in his book, getting with the Democrats and them turning their backs on him seeing the colorism in the community, him seeing all of these different things, it is not surprising how somebody could come to that conclusion. And I've never been the one to say that the Black Panther Party wasn't legitimate. That's silly. But I will say, I was like, listen, how can you get to the politics side of it? But when it comes down to H-Rap Brown, I'm interfacing with the Democrats. I'm not even thinking about the Republicans because you already know the party switch and all these different things. So going to be dealing with the beast that you know, right? The devil that you know. I'm dealing with the devil that I know, and when I'm sitting down with them, they're telling me on the public side, oh, we're pro-Black American, we want Negroes to do this, we want Black people, all of that, right? And then when I get you in private, you ain't got nothing for me. Lord McKissick, the founder of Soul City, North Carolina, he, just like H-Rap Brown, tried to get to...
Okay, talk to me about the future of public...
All right, hold on. Floyd McKissick went and talked to the LBJ administration. He talked to LBJ about creating this town, and LBJ was like, yeah, it sounds like a good idea. Just giving a lot of lip service, pause. And so when it came down to Soul City not coming into fruition, he went Republican. And this is all I am telling you people. I am telling you people, when it comes down to the political game, you don't gain anything by having brand loyalty. One of the things that we know about Black America, especially on the consumerism side, or mainly on the consumerism side, they're very brand loyal. I always use the example, right? Our moms, our grandmoms, our aunts, even the men, right, used Jiffy when it came down to cornbread. You have never seen a commercial for that brand, at least in our generation. You may have seen in the earlier parts of the 20th century, like magazine ads or whatever. I don't know of any cornbread mix commercials. But Black America has been using this brand for the greater part of a decade. The greater part of a century, right? When it comes down to brand loyalty, there are certain things that Black Americans will accept, not check, be able to make excuses for because of the relationship. Black America, right, to a detriment, are loyal. And that's the issue. That's the issue that I'm learning from in H. Rap Brown in his book. In the overall revolutionary sentiment of the late 60s going into the 70s. It behooves me, especially if I have the portal theory, right, where if you are new here, I believe that Black America went through a proverbial portal in 1965, right? If I'm going to understand my own theory, I must study the ideology, the psychology, and the economics that, in the politics, obviously, that goes along with the portal. Because nothing happens for no reason. Something has to be the precursor or be the thing that happens as a catalyst for a particular event to happen. We all know that. And so when it comes down to my portal theory, and I'm like, yo, where is the disconnect between the ancestors being, or at least striving for, so both, right? You have ancestors being it, and you have ancestors striving for it. Some people failed. Some people didn't make it. Some people died poor. Some people, with all of the ambition that they had, still were failures. We can accept that. When it comes down to the ancestors going from independent producers to dependent consumers, and you read books like Die Nigger Die by H. Rap Brown, you see it in HD. You see it in 4K. You see why, or how, rather, Black America could go from the independent producer to the dependent consumer. And it's important for not only Black Americans, but America as a whole to understand this. My man HJ tweeted, and you know what? I'll read it verbatim because that's what we do here, right? We want to make sure we get our sources correct. This is a primary source from our big brother HJ. Shout out to Hotep Nation. Shout out to my brother HJ. It's the last thing outside of the tweet to send you guys here that I had on my timeline. And he says, one of the most intelligent things a white person can do to protect themselves from U.S. government tyranny is to study Black history. It's the edge you need, exclamation. And he's absolutely correct. When it comes down to psyops, when it comes down to systematic oppression, when it comes down to the government being corrupt and doing all of the things that they do to keep poor people or the lower classes subjected to the higher classes, and obviously the federal level, Black America is the canary in the coal mine. This is something that we talked about previously. This is not new information. We've covered this on the channel before, but it bears repeating. When it comes down to the existence of Black America, the Constitution of Black America, the foundation of Black America, it is mired in opposition. It's the reason why Black Americans are as resilient, are as brave, courageous, confident as we are because our lives have always been mired in opposition. It has always been mired in something where there is an opposing force, whether physical, mental, spiritual. There have been roadblocks in the progression of Black America. And when you start talking about responses to those opposing forces, you're going to have right and wrong ways to go about it. When it comes down to the ancestors who were former slaves, the ancestors who were here during the colonial times and before, when it comes down to, like I said, the foundation of what Black America is, you will see a complete 180 from that time until after 1965. And what's important for us is to understand how that happened. H. Rap Brown gives us, and I'm confident that Huey P. Newton is going to do that as well next week when we cover his autobiography or his book. He crystallizes how it happens. We have a young man, when it comes down to Black America, dealing with all of the issues. This is something that I will critique, not indict, but critique the 19th century ancestors. They didn't focus too much on the problem. They didn't care about why the problem existed. They didn't care really how the problem got there. And even if they did, the focus was on solving the problem. The generation that H. Rap Brown grew up in and the things that he did, he was looking at it like, yo, no, I'm going to, especially as a youngin', be able to get to the problem more because of the progress of the previous generations. If H. Rap Brown was dealing with the same level of oppression that his ancestors did, he wouldn't be so focused on the problem. When it's at its highest level, when you're at the highest level of your problem, you have, as far as a self-preservation level, no time to worry about the origins of the problem. Because it's at its height, you have to only focus on the solution and being able to combat, react, respond, defend yourself from that heightened level of oppression. Because the ancestors were able to fight against and win against the Black codes, against Jim Crow, against all of these things. Once you have a child born in the late 40s, mid 40s, going into the 50s and becoming teenagers by the time you get to the 60s, or even in your early 20s, right? They were born 1942, 1945, or whatever it is. And so by the time 1965 comes around, they're 20 years old. However you want to, frame the age ranges. That generation of Black American children had a luxury that the previous ancestors didn't. And so when it comes down to that luxury, if you want to bring it into one thing that encompasses all of the luxuries in one thing, it would be time. The children of the 40s and the 50s had more time than the children of the 1890s and the 1910s. There's a luxury of time that these grandchildren of slaves or the great grandchildren of slaves get to have, because integration is a thing, because there is a forced interfacing between white and Black Americans. And so because of that, because of the integration, I now have a closer relationship with white America. And now I have a closer relationship to why they feel what they feel and where the racism is coming from. Why are they racist? In what instances should I be able to, dissect this racism? It's more about centering this is a byproduct of integration, to where, since I am going to school with this white person, I'm going to the same stores, I'm sitting in the same restaurants, I'm doing these same things, there is a level of response that I need to have. And because of the legacy of slavery, because of the legacy of the black codes and stuff like that, there's an animosity there. There's a resentment there. Because I am seeing that my ancestors were able to do X, were not able to do X, Y, and Z, and yours could. And so now George Washington comes up for question, and Thomas Jefferson and all these people who owned slaves but were still lauded as great men in white America. Black America at the time of Lincoln didn't care necessarily about how white people felt about Lincoln. They cared about their freedom from chattel slavery. They were focused on the solution. And if this politician is talking whatever that's close to the abolition of slavery, that's who I'm rocking with. Because I'm focused on the solution. I don't have time. When you have the time to think about it, you start to make moves and make decisions that go against what the previous generations would have done. See, it's one thing to be able to understand the racism and stuff like that. It's a completely different thing to where now that becomes your modus operandi to be able to fight against this. Because the ancestors before you or before them were able to build towns, institutions, businesses, homes, et cetera, at the height of it. And so because you have the time to really pontificate as to why you need to do something, or why the racists are doing what they're doing, you are using time that you could be using to build institutions, to make sure that you're building businesses, to make sure that you're still doing the same things that the ancestors that came before you were doing. But instead, the generation of H. Rap Brown, especially the revolutionary types, the rebellious types, as you can see, they did not look to that immediate above generation with the reverence that maybe I would decades later, based upon me not living it. They weren't my parents. They're people who I'm reading about. And so even me, right, with all my mistakes that I've made in my life, in my autobiography, you're going to see about some pitfalls that I've made, some mistakes that I've made, but I'm not going to vilify myself. I'm not going to, in my autobiography, paint me as to be some type of bad guy. And so when it comes down to the on the ground interfacing between H. Rap Brown's generation and the generation before them, he's seeing colorism, light-skinned kids being, getting preferential treatment over darker skinned ones. You'll see him talking about how when it comes down to acquiescing to what he calls Negro America, it's them trying to be white people. Negro America to H. Rap Brown was black people in America cosplaying as white Americans. That's how he viewed it. You are imitating something that, from my purview, has oppressed us since antiquity. And so there's nothing about that group of people and whatever they bring that I'm going to adhere to. We saw in the chapter 5, where he said, he's quoting Mao, by the way, whatever my enemy supports, I oppose. And whatever my enemy opposes, I support. That ideology is exactly why you have the political psychology of the portal theory, to where now I'm going to so-called fight the system by supporting politicians who are speaking to the dismantling of the system or giving me something based upon my vote for them. That, I believe, is the political disconnect between the generations, and why when it comes down to Black America voting Democrat 90% of the time, that's going to be one of the major catalysts. Is that generation of Black America they had more time than the generation before them to focus on particular things. And when they focused on it, they looked at the ancestors before them as backward people. I talked to my man Rakeem. Shout out to Rakeem. The interview will be out on Monday. Shout out to Waz the Dome TV, having me for the second time now. And we were talking about that. And so the vilification of a Booker T. Washington. He's accommodationist. He's placating to white supremacy. He's not really trying to fight the system and buck against the system. And that's just simply not true. Booker T. Washington is one of the most prolific Black Americans in Black American history. There's not too many figures in Black American history, even to this day, that has done what Booker T. Washington has done for Black America. There is no Black American who has built more schools for Black America than Booker T. Washington. Until somebody, a singular person, builds over 5,300 schools for Black children in this country, nobody has, on an institutional level, supported the educational attainment of Black babies more than Booker T. Washington. 0%. That generation is looked at as backward, slow. They're just gradualist. They don't really want radical change. They want to make white people comfortable. And what they missed, because they had so much time, ironically, is how much work that got done in Black America before them. To the point that you have the time. Because if the ancestors before you didn't do anything worth noting, anything worth repeating, anything worth, pushing forward, you wouldn't be in the position that you're in, even in the ghetto, even poor, even wherever you are in life, you wouldn't be here without them. Physically, biologically, mentally, emotionally. And so even if you have the issue with the teacher that's a colorist, that doesn't mean you throw out the previous generations completely. That adult was wrong. But not all the adults was wrong. And even when it comes down to being a flawed person, yeah, you're going to make mistakes. That does not mean Southern University as a kid, when he went, was trying to do you harm or trying to turn you into a white person. They were trying to do what they've always been doing, which was producing Black excellence on an educational level. H. Rap Brown's generation rejected that because they believed that it was just furthering the subjugation of Black people. And so that is the political manifestation of the portal theory. And it's just something that I've been thinking about all week with H. Rap Brown. And I think that we're going to really enjoy it. Like I said, we're going to finish the entire book tonight. So however extra long that we're going to have to take, we're going to take it, because last episode stream was super laggy on the book side. Prayerfully, it's not laggy like that tonight. And if not, then we'll, make up for lost time and be able to go through the entire book. But this is what I noticed when it came down to the portal theory, H. Rap Brown's book, and how a young Black person during this time, especially an H. Rap Brown type, right, who's really among the community, really pro-Black, doesn't have that fear of Black people, believes that Black people are, deserving of better, et cetera, right? There's no denying how pro-Black H. Rap Brown was. Extremely pro-Black, right? And so when it comes down to that, I want to know how a well-meaning young man, even with his rebellious streak, right, could get into that bag of Marxists, of communists, of Leninists, right? I want to know how. And up until this point, it was way too on the nose. He is the only person that I believe independently got to a particular point, as opposed to being influenced directly by, a Karl Marx or something like that and telling you this is what it is. Did he reference Mao? Yeah, absolutely. And so he was obviously influenced by that. But you can tell that he wasn't a Harry Haywood, right? He wasn't an Anglophile. He wasn't a Francophile. And this is stuff that Harry Haywood said about himself. He wasn't that. He was somebody who was going through what he was going through within Black America, had an issue primarily with other Black Americans, but ultimately blamed white America for it. That was the 3-layer prong. He believes he's Black American. He believes that the Negro American is doing Black America a disservice. And the reason why is because Negro America is intrinsically tied to white America, which dictates everything that they do, say, think, and believe. And that's the disconnect. And H. Rap Brown, more than any other, what you would call, communist, revolutionary, or whatever, before, above anybody else, has explained it way better than anybody, because I get a level of genuineness from H. Rap Brown that I'm not getting from Harry Haywood, that I'm not necessarily getting from a Richard Wright. And, as the caveat, we only read the prologue of Bigger Thomas, and we'll revisit Richard Wright, I'm pretty sure, in the future of this channel. But all of the narratives that I read from those guys, the leftists, the communists, the Marxists, up until H. Rap Brown, just gave me paint by numbers, just disgruntled, not really putting their best foot forward. And because there's somebody in Europe or somebody in Asia to give you an explanation as to why you are adverse to work, or why you are adverse to God, why you are adverse to family, right? It's just this foreign person giving you some type of intellectualizing rationale as to why you are essentially antisocial. H. Rap Brown, to me, was not antisocial. He knew how to rap with the best of them. He knew how to signify with the best of them. He was a part of the community. He knew the boys on the block as well as the kids on the college campus. He did both. And that's the reason why, he sticks out to me, is because even though he had that critique of what he calls Negro America, he did have an innate respect for it, because he still went to college. He saw the way JS, remember his friend JS, he seen the way JS went out. JS was a math whiz, smart kid in school, but because he had dirty clothes, which he could have washed, but because he was living with his aunt, and I guess he was expecting his aunt to wash his clothes only and not wash his own, he went to school dirty. The teacher, first and foremost, treated him differently because of the dirty clothes, and then, of course, subsequently, the classmates would. And that led JS in his mind to reject the school despite his aptitude, right, for knowledge and for education, and hit the streets. Start dealing. Well, he got arrested on weapons charges. He was a drunk. And H. Rap Brown said he saw the aging on his face. But JS is the ultimate version of rejecting polite society. All JS wanted was some clean clothes, and he got them. Started making money on the street, and every time that H. Rap Brown talked about him since the school days, he said that JS never had a dirty outfit on ever again. JS's entire life was surrounded around the fact that a teacher at one point made fun of him being dirty in the classroom, and so he spent the rest of his natural life up until the age of 18 to making sure he had clean clothes. But because the area or the vocation which would have allowed him to get to that point righteously, he just went to a life of crime because it rejects the teacher as well as rejects the clothes. And so because H. Rap Brown was still cognizant enough to know the importance of college, cognizant enough to know that he wants to bridge the Howard students with the kids on the block in DC, you owe it to each other. H. Rap Brown said that you are a revolutionary whether you like it or not if you're black. So whether you one of them super, hoity-toity, rejecting all things black type of Negro American that he's describing, right? Uncle Tom is what, they would call him. And whether you the most revolutionary, rebellious black American in the world, both of you are revolutionaries by birth. H. Rap Brown said that your birth as a black person in this country is political no matter what, because it serves as a potential threat to the white supremacists or the white order in this country, right? And so he understood the importance of Negro America, even despite his critiques. You can tell he respected it, even if he had a level of disdain or, shame for the previous generations. He knew Because when it came down to interfacing with the politicians, he's seen it. It's like, oh, all of y'all are kowtowing. All of y'all are towing the line to make sure that you're appeasing this white politician. So I'm going to be the one to speak up for Black America. So I reject Negro America in that regard. But when it comes down to getting me to the point that I can get to the White House, gotta respect that. And so I think that's just what H. Rap Brown was grappling with. He wanted to make sure that Black America, as he describes it, you know, the opposite of Negro America, was proliferated. But he also wanted the Negro Americans, as he described it, to come along with him. He loved his people, even the ones that may not have lived the life or had the same ideologies as him. And you can get that from the text. At least that's how I've been interpreting it all throughout this week. And so I'm extremely excited to get to H. Rap Brown. But let's open up the phone lines. And while I do that, let me formally, 30 minutes in, welcome you guys. Okay? Welcome to another episode of Hotep History Live. I'm your host with the most, President Hotep Dubes, reporting live from Hotep Nation inside of Hotepistan. I hope you guys have had a phenomenal week. I know I have. I've been learning a lot. Like I went on a whole 30-minute monologue about the book, deeply inspired by the book, educated by the book, inspired by the book. And I think that even though the politics I disagree with, and even though, you know, there's certain things that I just don't agree with, H. Rap Brown is definitely one of the GOAT Black Americans, for sure. Straight up. So let's get the phone lines open for Brother Sammy to give us the word of the day, and we're going to jump into the text. You already know how we do. Tremaine says, tell a friend and tell a friend to tell a friend and come get this history. Hotep history. Hotep to Tremaine. Listen, man, I told y'all about the apparatus, the digital apparatus that Tremaine built for me to be able to clip up the show. It has been immensely helpful. I had 5 clips made in about, 30 minutes with captions and all of that stuff, completely automated. All I had to do was, put in a couple answers on the CMD, the commander screen, and 5 clips were made. 30 minutes. And so I appreciate Tremaine for that, because it has been adding more traction to the show. The clips are, great to share in bits. We have 4-hour streams on an average. And so it's good to be able to just get those moments out of the show and put them on a timeline. You dig what I'm saying? So phone lines are open, Brother Sammy. What else we got in the chat? Sammy says that tweet was a slap. Yeah, HJ smoked that. He smoked that. Sammy says working relationships versus forced social relationships. Yeah, for sure. Tremaine says, I was just having a conversation like this with an old head today, like this literal exact conversation. Word, like, yo, man, it gets you to thinking. It really does get you to thinking. If you are just listening to this for the vibes and all of that, I get it. Vibe out to me. I think that I have a pretty soothing voice, and I think I read really well. So come on through and vibe out. But there's some internalization that you can definitely gain if you care about what you're being from. Yes, sir, man. Yes, sir. What's going on, Sammy?
What it do? What's going on, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Had a nice long week. Been working, getting this book done. You gonna definitely, because now this is the thing when it comes down to feedback. Now I'm writing to you. Like now I'm like, okay, I want to make sure Sammy is rocking with this part of the chapter. So yeah, I'm so excited to bring you this, and all of you obviously. But I'm extremely proud of it. It's almost done. I know I've been telling you it's almost done for about a month now, but I'm telling you, it's worth the wait. I'm really, like, this book I think is really going to, help a lot of people. So I appreciate your feedback, and I appreciate it so much that now when I'm writing the chapters, I'm like, hold on, I gotta make sure Sammy Oz is involved in like in my thought process, bro. But how have you been, gang? Man. How have you been?
Man, I've been good, man. Had a good day today. I just been really just honing in with the family, trying to really get our routine together before I start back. I start back at the top of June, so I'm just, we're just hammering that particular aspect of our lives out. It's been good so far, and I mean, yeah, I think we got it down almost to a T for the most part. So yeah, it's been good, man. It's been great. I had an interesting conversation, like just before we got on the phone today, with a friend of mine about. So last time I saw him, he was he had to spank one of his children, and so I remember I made a comment about it to Rose just on the slide, and she was like, he was like, do you guys practice this thing called gentle parenting? So I went through this whole spiel about how like I kind of do, but it's kind of still on the table, but it's not, but it's So I had a whole spiel about that. That's been pretty interesting to go through and to kind of wrestle with that tension in of itself with regards to how we raise the kids. Because I do feel like it's different between boys and girls. But
yeah,
anyway,
for sure. Anybody that says different is lying. Like when it comes down to temperament, disposition, it is almost night and day. So yeah, for sure.
The funniest explanation I gave him was there's this one guy online. He kind of like vlogs his life or whatever, and his name is Belief, and Belief has 4 kids, one older son. I think it's 2 sons, 2 daughters, and his youngest is his son, right? His young son is extremely stubborn, and one analogy he gave, he was like, my son is stubborn to the degree to where it's like, if I was to warn him and say like, if you do X, Y, and Z, you could face 20 years in prison. He will contemplate and say, 20 years ain't that bad.
Oh my God.
And it's some kids that's like that.
Yeah, man. Like I'm telling you,
some kids that's like that. Because he was just trying to be honest about it. He was like, I'm trying not to spank this child. I'm trying not to spank. I'm doing everything I can to try to get him to understand what I'm saying without putting hands on him. And he was like, but, sometimes it has to be on the table because there are some temperaments that are they're just special. Let's put it like that. But,
oh, my goodness. Man, but you know where we at. Where you taking us tonight, Brother Sammy?
All right, man. So we're going to the book of Isaiah 58.
Let's see. Okay. You said Isaiah what?
Isaiah 58.
58. Boy.
Yeah, Isaiah's one of them long books.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, man.
All right, let me get there. All right, here we go. All right. Okay, Isaiah 58. And what's the verse?
We're going to start from verse 3. But
right.
What is the top of yours
right.
on verse 1?
I was just about to say. So it says observances of fasts.
Okay, all right, cool. So mine says true and false fasting. And
yeah, yours is better tonight.
Before we start, right, I do want to say this, right? So we know what fasting is, right? Fasting is you're refraining from eating, or maybe you might also be refraining from drinking as well. And when you're doing this, you're meditating on God's word, and sometimes also what's also kind of inculcated in this process of fasting is you're waiting on an answer from God, right? You're fasting because you're waiting on him to do something, right? So now think about that in terms of as we read this particular passage, and then we'll kind of unpack it together.
Gotcha.
So so this is starting off with a quote of God basically saying what the people themselves are saying to him, okay?
Okay.
So the people are saying, why have we fasted and you see it not? Why have we humbled ourselves and you take no knowledge of it? Behold, in the day of your fast, you seek your own pleasure and oppress all your workers. Behold, you fast only to quarrel and fight and to hit with a wicked fist. fasting like yours this day will not make your voice to be heard on high. That's tough. Okay. All right. Is such the fast that I choose a day for a person to humble himself? Is it to bow down his head like a reed and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Will you call this a fast and a day acceptable to the Lord? Is not this the fast that I choose, to loose the bonds of wickedness, to undo the straps of the yoke, to let the oppressed go free, to break every yoke? Is it not to share your bread with the hungry and to bring the homeless poor into your house? When you see the naked, to cover him and not to hide yourself from your own flesh. By the way, these verses are verses that were used when the slaves were reading passages that eventually encouraged them to want to have an uprising, a slave revolt, right? Then shall your light break forth like the dawn, and your healing shall bring up speedily. Your righteousness shall go before you. The glory of the Lord shall be your rear guard. Then you shall call, and the Lord will answer. You shall cry, and he will say, here I am. If you take away the yoke from your midst, the pointing of the finger and the speaking wickedness, if you pour yourself out for the hungry and satisfy the desire of the afflicted, then shall your light rise in the darkness and your gloom be as noonday. Okay? So what's happening here is you have Israelites who are very pious, very religious, okay? And they're fasting, and they're wondering why their prayers aren't being answered. And God's like, you're doing the motions, right? You're doing the thing I told you to do, like back in Exodus, Deuteronomy, Leviticus, stuff like that, all those different laws that I've laid out. You're doing everything I told you to do, but your actions on, let's just say Monday through Sunday through Friday is completely as though you're a child of hell. Why would I, you see what I'm saying? It's like you think this is formulaic. You think I'm a genie in a lamp, and if you rub the lamp, you get your 3 wishes, right?
Right.
You don't think I actually see you. So that's what our passage is going to be about, and it's called How Long, Lord? Delayed Justice, False Promises in the Mirror of Isaiah 56. So today we're going to be looking at H. Brown's chapter 10, and one of the oldest questions in humanity is, how long? How long do people have to wait for justice? How long do people endure the delay? How long do people hear promises that never seem to materialize? Brown, increasingly in chapter 10 of the book, is frustrated with this gradualism, with being told to wait. And if we're honest, this cry is all over Scripture. If you go to the last 3 verses in Exodus chapter 2, you will see Israel is under Egyptian bondage, and the people groan. They cry out. And the Scripture says their cry came up unto the Lord. It actually talks about how he was able to smell it. It's the pain got to the point where it was a foul aroma to him, right? So generation after generation had passed, years passed, oppression continued, no visible intervention, no visible justice, no visible answer, and many people in Brown's day felt similarly. How much longer? After legal victories came new frustrations. Promises of equality did not automatically create equal conditions. We all know about this, right? MLK, his legislation has just been passed during this particular era of H. Brown's life. And all of a sudden, we thought it was going to be, the equality that we're looking for was equal funding of these black schools in parity with these white schools. Instead, it was, black schools no longer exist because we can't have that since we're colorblind. And since black schools no longer exist, why don't y'all just come join the white schools? that we don't call white, we just call them schools, but that's only because we're the majority of the population, right? So like that's the whole impetus about what's going on here. So Isaiah 58 introduces something very uncomfortable. The people in Isaiah are also asking questions. They essentially say, God, why aren't you moving? Why have we fasted and you do not answer? Why are we humbling ourselves and seeing no blessing? Well, first, I would point y'all back to those verses in Exodus chapter 2 and understand that God hears you. I don't want you guys to miss that. God hears the cry of his people, okay? That's number one. Number two, God also responds in this passage for Isaiah chapter 58, saying, you fast, but you keep fighting. You fast, but you remain angry. You fast, but you oppress workers. You perform religion, but you mistreat people. Okay? The reason why I'm bringing this particular part out is because I'm seeing it today, and it's kind of frustrating me. I feel like, I feel like I'm almost getting radicalized a little bit by this book. I feel like they're done. Like when you talk amongst Christians, you don't want to say the black church, but the black church, man. Like I feel like we got to get back to that. I feel like we got to get back to rooting out the false ideologies that came in through the black church via this liberalism that snuck in the early 1900s that eventually was fully pervasive by the time you get to the 1960s, right? And when I'm looking at that, I'm saying to myself, like, we got to reverse that because, like, my thing is, I typed it in the chat, I said, it's like working relationships versus forced social interactions. And what I'm trying to get people to understand is that I personally would prefer to work for an employer that maybe hires some black people, maybe hires some white people, and we competitively compete for those positions or whatever like that. But then I go back home to my black neighborhood. Right. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Amongst my people, and we build from there. And we decide to build in that way because the things that there's so many outgrowths that come from forced social interaction. There's so many things, like even the colorism thing. Like colorism, it is a small debate within black communities, but it's not as prevalent as when you force them to be alongside whites. When you're forced to be alongside a white person, now you are comparing your counterpart with their skin tone as opposed to y'all just comparing different shades between yourselves. You get what I mean?
Yes.
Like it's almost like the white person.
No. It stops becoming a range of blackness, and it becomes a comparison to whiteness because it's so light in comparison to what your complexion is. It's closer to the other end of the spectrum, which would be white, and that wouldn't be an issue if you weren't forced to be around the white people.
Exactly. And it almost like it serves as an object lesson, right? To the people it forces them to have a constant daily reminder of what they don't have.
You're not white.
What they aren't, right? As opposed to taking pride in what it is that God made you. Right? So like, in other words, people, they're looking outward while God was looking inward. And we should pause there for a second because that's difficult. Scripture does not deny external justice. Israel really was oppressed in Egypt. The prophets really condemned corrupt systems, as we've read before. Jesus really overturned those tables for a reason. Amos really condemned unjustness in the gates. But Scripture repeatedly asks another question too. What spirit exists within the people themselves? And this is what I'm asking about the black church. When we allow a politician, for example, to come up in our black church and to give false piety, doing, Holy Ghost dances or whatever like that.
Mm-hmm. I know you're talking about.
Even though we've never seen this person in church prior to this.
Yeah.
And you give him the stage. This is a problem. This is a problem, and we got to stand flat-footed on this. We cannot allow, like, there has to be a level to which we start to say, like, Pastor, don't you do that.
That's real.
You see what I'm saying? Like, and we got to get back to the way that it's supposed to be. Like I told you guys about the different type of models in church governance. You know, there's like the Episcopalian, they believe in the bishops and stuff like that. So you have like different elders who help govern the church. My church, for example, is a congregational model. So, you know, if there is a problem, we can bring it up to the pastor and like let him know. But
right.
Some of these churches are like set up such that it's just like this CEO pastor at the top, and there isn't really a way to voice your concerns. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I say all that to say that Scripture repeatedly asks this question about what spirit exists within the people themselves, because the people can accurately identify injustice around them and still fail to examine themselves. Isaiah says true fasting looks different. It looses wicked burden. It undoes heavy yokes. It feeds the hungry. It cares for people. It repairs what is broken and lives truthfully. And perhaps that raises a difficult question for every generation. Can a people become so focused on entering someone else's house that they neglect to build their own?
I believe.
Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's the issue. That's the issue. We have neglected so long to build our own. Because we don't have to ask for this quote unquote equitable treatment if it's ourselves. I'm pretty sure we can learn to treat ourselves at least somewhat equitably on a consistent basis.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to waiting for, some white person to do it, right? Earlier black leaders like Booker T. Washington emphasized, I'm stepping on, it's funny, you were stepping on my sermon earlier.
My fault, fam.
I was like, yo, dude, we on the same page. So Earlier black leaders like Booker T. Washington emphasized institution building, schools, businesses, economic development, community infrastructure. You guys heard this earlier in the show. Later generations increasingly sought equal access within broader American structures, and that debate continues even to today. But Isaiah pushes deeper than strategy, because God asks, what kind of people are you becoming as you pursue justice? Because justice without righteousness becomes bitterness. Power without character becomes corruption. And waiting without hope becomes despair. So Brown, he asked, how long? Exodus echoes, how long? Isaiah even asked, why has justice been delayed? But Isaiah gives us the warning while we wait that sometimes delayed blessing is not merely about the enemies outside. Sometimes God turns the mirror towards us, because before God changes nations, he often begins by examining hearts. And that's what I got for you guys today.
Yeah, I like that last bar. I mean, the main thing to me, man, is just about, like, we really got to start thinking, like, I don't know if I'm trying to say, like, we should go back to segregation per se, but I am saying that there is a level of voluntary association that we just got to get serious about, man. Yeah, so
it has to happen.
Here's the real thing, and I'm gonna be quick because we gotta. I did my monologue. I ate up so much time. But I will say that not necessarily segregation, but the spirit, the virtue, the principles that came along with being in that era, and so that community-based thinking, the ability to understand that my patronage to these businesses, my enrollment in these institutions, and all of these different things mean more than just the transaction that I just did. It's going to go into the bigger pot of Black America. When they start to look at the statistics, when they start to see our economic activity, our educational attainment, when they start to see the things that we're doing amongst ourselves, they'll obviously record it, and the stats will then be the stats. And so I said on Wednesday, Asian Americans are like 26 million people, something like that. But they have the same spending power as Black Americans, who are twice the amount of their population. And it's because largely they're the circulation of their dollars. And so while they are not legally barred from any part of this country, like a segregation would be, they still have the spirit of, or the ethics of, or the values and virtues of, the principles of, making sure that the dollar that I spend is first and foremost spent with another Asian American, but primarily spent with another Asian American. And then you'll have obviously all of the other big brands, right, that are just white owned, like Target and Walmart and whatever, Best Buy, that's just American, business, right? American corporations. But by and large, when it comes down to the, discretionary income, the disposable income, they're using it inside of their communities. And so it doesn't go anywhere. Now, I think people forget what group economics means. It means that the money didn't go anywhere. And when you understand how wealth building works, you being able to circulate let's just say $1. I take that dollar, I make the dollar from, let's just say, a Black-owned business. I work for a Black-owned business. I made $1. After $1, let's just say 1 hour of work, I get $1. Then I go use that dollar and deposit it in a Black bank. Now, we already know as far as the rules of banking now, for every $1, they get to lend out 10. And so whether or not you would agree with that is neither here nor there. But now that dollar is now in the financial institution. A Black person comes in there looking for a loan. That one of those dollars are loaned to a Black American homeowner. They buy this home from a Black American realty company. All of the dollars that go along with these transactions haven't left the community, because the realtor is going to bank with the Black bank, and although the other people are going to bank with the Black bank, the businesses are going to thrive because Black people are shopping with them, and due to the popularity of these stores based upon Black American economics, other communities come through. White Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans, they all come shop because it's just high quality goods and services, right? The same way that we go get our nails done or hair done or whatever, what the ladies do and what we do when it comes down to the other, owned stores. We keep doing that. And now, miraculously almost, it would seem like, more of our kids are going to college and graduating in the spaces that we need them to graduate from. Finance, law, medicine, STEM, right? All of the high earning, high, demand majors. Now, all of these things start to proliferate because all of the money, by and large, has stayed in the community. And it's almost like getting away with robbery, because it's like that same $1 that we started with hasn't left, and we've been able to use it 12 different times. The same dollar. Now you multiply that by the trillions of dollars that we have, or at least let's just say $1 trillion, right? Let's just say like I said it on Wednesday. Let's just say the out of the 2 trillion, 50% of it goes outside of the community, right? Immediately, as soon as they get it. Now we have $1 trillion to circulate amongst 50 million people. Let's do that. And I promise you that $1 trillion not leaving the community year after year. Do you know what 10 trillion looks like? I'm 36 years old. I've been here 3.5 decades. I've been here. 3.5 decades. And so when it comes down to that compounding of wealth building just in a particular lifetime, 25 years old, 50 years old, whatever it is, a particular generation is about 25 years. So in a generation, we can circulate tens of trillions of dollars amongst us.
Yep.
So.
And then on top of that, whatever wealth we've built, like you just said, you can borrow 10 times that in regards to what it is you plan on building even further to further advance your community. I'll land with this last anecdote. I remember when I told you guys about how I bought my new SUV, right? So I bought the SUV, and I remember this Chinese guy. He's the finance manager, whatever. And he comes out and he shakes my hand. He takes me back to the office, and he tried to upsell me on this particular service or whatever, right? And I'm just like, nah, I'm good. And he's like, but He's like, what if I reduced it down to, and he brought it down a little bit more. What if I reduced it down? He finally brought it down to just $1. And I said, so if you could have done $1, first of all, why would you just give me that? Number one. Number two, the reason why I keep telling you no is because my family, you know, I'm Nigerian, my wife is Jamaican. We have a Jamaican mechanic, and he gets everything for the low. Like, he can get a lot of the parts that y'all talking about, y'all can fix. He can get them for a lot cheaper than what it is that, you know, a typical shop would run me. So I'm circulating that within our community so that I can keep, you know what I'm saying, keep not only I look at it as I'm loyal to this particular community. And he immediately said to me, he said, I cannot speak. God. He said group economics, and that's all he said. And he fist bumped me, and then he just kept writing on his paper to close out the deal.
For sure.
I'm telling y'all, they know what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's a fact.
They employ it in their own community. He knows all about it. Those 2 words alone told me all I needed to know.
Yep. Just understanding the concept lets me know just you having the actual term lets me know that there's a level of understanding of the concept itself that you have. Even if it's not the deepest level of understanding of group economics, you know about the physicality of it, the actions of it. And that's just what it is, you know? So yeah, man. But I appreciate you again, Sammy. A great way to close the week. That was great. And I appreciate you as always, man.
All right, man. I'm going to holler at you a little bit later.
All right, for sure, man.
Yep.
And man, shout out to Sammy all of the time, coming through with the good word. I look forward to that part of the show just as much as I look forward to the text. And so, man, shout out to Sammy, as always. Oh, man. All right, so we left off with H-Rap Brown rejecting, you know, the draft, not getting, you know, any type of act right when it comes down to his behavior in the barracks or on the base. He was very defiant, cursed him out all types of ways. You dig what I'm saying? Like, he did not want any parts of the military, as we know. And it was a lag on Wednesday because of the stupid rainstorm that I had, and so it was knocking or just affecting my internet connection. So we couldn't really get to chapter 8 because we ended pretty much, and I was looking at it while Sammy was talking. I was looking at like where we left off specifically, and was literally the page before chapter 8. So we did read up to the end of chapter 7. So we're going to pick up at chapter 8. Very excited to see what H-Rap Brown is going to give us. Like I said, we're going to read the rest of the book in its entirety tonight. So however long that takes, like I'm pretty sure it's only going to be like an additional like 30 minutes or whatever. But I do want to make sure that we are reading this book whole, especially off the strength that the stream was lagged on Wednesday. So let me get the book ready. I was preparing it while Sammy was speaking, so it should be. There we go. Yeah, it should be ready to go. There we go. Let me full screen it. Seems like the connection is much better tonight. Haven't had any problems all day, so I'm expecting no problems all night. Okay. All right. Oh, hold on. There we go. So here we go. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Let's get into them. Let me move this over. There we go. Here we go. Ever since Ed and I have been active in the movement, we've always carried our guns. Oh, we get into the guns this episode. All right. Now, you already know, big fan of guns over here. Big fan of guns. I've always had the utmost confidence in me and the gun. Okay? Give me a gun before you even give me somebody to work with. A gun won't fail you. People will. I found that out very early. Or I found that out early. I never went on any large demonstrations because I knew that if somebody hit me, I just wasn't going to stand there and take no beating. I've been tear gassed, but they've never put dogs on me or nothing like that. The whole thing is that if you can wolf and wolf hard enough and long enough and be willing to back it up, few people will push you. I've been in a lot of police stations and I've never been beaten. I've never been hit in a police station because I make it very clear that if you get me, I'm going to get me somebody. So we know this is what I was talking about, the revolutionary spirit, that rebellion there. It is important for Black Americans to have that because it's largely based in self-defense, as you can see. It's not them accosting anybody, offending anybody, assaulting anybody. It's about being able to defend yourself in the face of somebody trying to harm you or what have you. You dig? So that's important. Let's keep going. And the cops don't know which one of them it's going to be. I tell them, I'm going to just work on one motherfucker. I don't care about the rest of y'all. I know y'all going to get to me sooner or later, but I'm going to get me one, and you can believe that. Ain't no fool called my bluff yet. And if they ever do, I do know I can back it up, or I know I can back it up. Everybody's able to defend themselves, but few are willing. That's a bar. Everybody's able to defend themselves, but few are willing. You got to be able and willing. That's the whole concept. All my life, that's what's been preserving me. And I don't think there's any need for me to change. Nonviolence might have been tactically correct at one time in order to get some sympathy for the movement, but for me as an individual, it just never worked. And I didn't try to convince myself that it would work. When I was in school and I'd be coming off the block late at night, white folks always used to try messing with any blood they saw by pointing their little pea shooters out the window and simple shit like that. This one night, I was making it on in, and two job motherfucking white dudes passed by in a black 50 Ford and gave me the finger. Now, I realized that I could have let it pass and just shrugged it off, but I figured that the dudes didn't have no right to do that. So I screamed at them, "Fuck your mammy." They turned around and came back. It was two of them and just me. So they must have figured I was going to run. I ran. Sure did. I ran. Sure did. Ran and picked up a beer bottle, broke the bottom off, and started running toward them. Well, they got on the other side of the intersection and were screaming, "We see that bottle you got. We see it." I was steady woofing at them motherfuckers. All the time, though, I was hoping that some of my boys would just happen to be coming through. But the crackers wouldn't come across the street where I was. They just stood over there and hollered. This old cracker was passing by and he asked them what was wrong. They said I started some shit with him. Well, this old white dude convinced them that they should go ahead and leave me alone because there wasn't no sense in them crossing the street to where I was and getting cut up. So they split. It was then that I decided to start carrying a gun. Facts. I figured that if the police could carry a gun to police my community, then I should carry one to police them and the other uppity crackers. The first gun I owned, I stole from a sporting store when I was 14. I've been around guns all my life, so it's never been a big thing with me. My old man hunts, and you talk about a dude who can shoot. That man could hit a gnat in the navel from 400 yards with a BB gun. I ain't lying. He took me and Ed hunting once. I must have been about 12 or 13. It was cold. Oh man, that remind me. Who did the video? The football player. It was like we used to. Not. It wasn't a video. It was a tweet. He was like, we used to practice outside in the cold. It was cold. He says it was cold, Jim. It was cold. I ain't never seen it so cold. It was cold as it was cold as polar bear shit. He bought us some rubber boots, but he didn't really hip us to what to put in on those. What to put on in those boots. So I just put on a pair of nylon socks and no shoes or nothing. And that cat took us out in the woods at about 10 or 11 o'clock and walked us till about 3 in the morning. We carried the gun in the game and we never shot the whole night. He'd shoot and put it in the bag and we'd had to carry it around. So we didn't go hunting with him no more. I used to hunt a lot by myself, but my old man, he can shoot. If you ain't 3 miles away, don't fuck with him. Get out of range of the gun, because if he can see you, he can hit you. To my knowledge, though, my old man never used a gun against anybody. He used to box, so he didn't need to pull a gun. He's a big old dude, about 230 pounds, and he stands about 6'1". Hey, wake it up. Wake it up. Okay? My old man can pick up a 500-pound oil barrel and walk away with it. He don't have to worry about shooting nobody. But it seemed to me that my old man was always more ready to whip me than the folks who ought to be whipped. Like the first time I got arrested, I was 15 or 16 at the time. Me and my man Freddie Williams were coming home from school, and I was carrying my book bag. Naturally, there wasn't any books in the bag, just my gun. Very familiar, felt, seen. So Freddie had to stop at the store downtown, and I went in with him. It was around Christmas time. Well, you know how white folks watch niggas when they go in the stores. I wasn't hanging around the merchandise or nothing, but when I walked out, this cracker store detective walks up to me and says, "Let me see what you got in that bag." I said, "What you mean, let you see?" Because I knew I had my shit in the bag, and I wasn't for letting the motherfucker see it. Well, he called a cop over and pulled his gun. So I said, "Well, solid." Well, solid is hilarious. The cop looked in the bag, and naturally he saw what I had inside. He called the what? He called the station, and they took me in and booked me. Well, my old man came down, bitching and woofing and raising hell, but it was all directed at me. I told him, "You don't have to get me out." He got me out, but he kept on bitching at me. I said, "Dig, I didn't get out just to hear all of this shit." But he's moaning about how it's Christmas time and he used all the money to get me out on bond. That was all he could think of. Oh my goodness. I told you, I already knew it was smoke between him and his pops. I already said that. Let's go. Folks have always had difficulty trying to deal with the fact that I carry a gun. Even people in SNCC. The first time I got busted in Alabama, it was on a concealed weapon charge, and people in the Atlanta SNCC office wanted to know why I had a gun. This was 1966 when SNCC was talking Black Power. They debated over whether or not to get me out of jail, and they didn't. Ed put up my bomb. That was some shaky motherfucking shit. Oh my God. But I made it very clear to them. Yeah, I would give up my 38 when they gave me a laser gun. If you're gonna woof at that motherfucker, if you're gonna woof at the motherfucker, then I'm gonna carry some shit to back up the wolf. Yo, listen, that's facts, yo. Y'all ain't gonna be these so-called militant people and you talking that Black Power stuff and you going crazy in the streets with the protests and all of that, and you talking heavy in the streets and you ain't got nothing to back it up. You kind of setting me up, you know, you lining me up for slaughter. So I feel them. Let's keep going. They could put me out of the organization, but they weren't taking my gun. I knew that bubblegum and rocks ain't good against the other shit. Wait, I knew that bubblegum and rocks ain't good against that other shit. The only thing the man's going to respect is that 45 or that 38 you got. That's what it all boils down to. A lot of people, though, are afraid to defend their own lives. They're afraid to take a chance for their own liberation. But there's no other way to be free unless you put your life on the line. A lot of people are mad at me now because they say that me and Carmichael and other dudes who've been out there talking are only setting the stage for the extermination of black people. Well, if 30 million people have to go to, wait. Hold on, H. Hold on, Rap. He says, well, if 30 million people have to go to free the people in Vietnam and Africa, fuck it. Disagree, H. Rap Brown. Here we go. Now, I was already going to disagree at a particular point. He said something else. No, I was going to agree at one point. And I do agree, right? We all know Malcolm X said that the price of freedom is your life, right? The price of freedom is death. And so you do need to have that ability in you to defend your life, right? When your life is on the line, you should have the mental fortitude, the physical fortitude, right? All of the things necessary to protect your life in the moment of your life being in danger at all times, right? That's facts. Now, this is where the deviation from the ancestors come in. Because as we know, 1927, forgot the name of the newspaper. It was a black newspaper. They talked about Pan-Africanism versus Pan-Americanism. And the ancestors made it very clear, almost 100 years ago, saying, we understand that things are happening in Africa and Asia. Well, Africa, right? It's Pan-Africanism. We understand that there are international issues going on. However, we need to focus on Black American affairs, Negro American affairs, however you want to describe it, and check back with us in about 100 years. And by the time those people died and these people became adults, they like, now he's willing to sacrifice all of Black America, okay? Theoretically, right, conceptually, he's willing to eradicate all of Black America to free the people in Vietnam and Africa. Now, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he was being extremely hyperbolic and knowing that he never, really wanted Black Americans specifically to die, but it does speak to the internationalism of the leftists. They're going to connect themselves with random Asians in Vietnam because we're at war with them, and they're going to connect themselves with random people and random nations in Africa because we Black. And because of that, you're willing to sacrifice the lives of all of Black America for it. And that is the reason why Pan-Africanism or internationalism overall can be an hindrance, right? Because you're not focusing on home turf. You're not focusing on homeland. You're focusing on just sticking it to the white man. Because as you can see, he's not trying to free the people in Europe. He's not trying to free the downtrodden people in Europe because those are white people. But we know that there's, oppressive systems happening from the white man to the white man. But because in your mind, or the way that it is, right, the white man is oppressing the Asian, the white man is oppressing the African, therefore we need to get involved. And if that means the death of all of Black America, so be it. Me and H. Rap Brown are going to disagree there. 100%. I'm not an internationalist, right? I think every nation deserves to, thrive and do whatever it needs to do. I don't believe in, America intervening in all of these different wars and all of these people, economies and stuff like that. I know all about the economic hitmen and all the things that we do abroad. What I'm saying to you is, though, Black America, of all populations in this country, are not the ones to pick up the mantle or hold up the mantle of internationalism, Pan-Africanism, or any of that. That is not our calling. That is not what we are here to do. If we are able to mutually benefit each other by, creating trade lines, by, being able to share cultures and stuff like that, cool. But it has to be mutually beneficial. It cannot be a one-sided situation to where now Black America has to sacrifice itself to save Asia or Vietnam or Africa or whatever it is. Not going for it. Because nobody on either one of those continents are doing that for Black Americans. 0%. So it makes 0 sense for us to do that. So I do disagree with that point that H. Rap Brown is saying. But let's keep going. Only people who've never lived fear death. If you've lived, you know that death is part of the process. A lot of people say that it's regrettable that Malcolm got killed, but Malcolm was not an individual. His life didn't belong to him. No revolutionary can claim his life for himself. The life of the revolutionary belongs to the struggle. Malcolm, like Shay, is not dead because he was totally committed to the struggle. The only people who should make any kind of statement of regret over Malcolm's death are Malcolm's family. Death is the price of revolution. Malcolm assumed that responsibility and he knew what role he was playing. The shame is that the people who are going around screaming Malcolm now wouldn't listen to Malcolm when he was living. Before we move on to the next paragraph, it's a lot of good points here. Now, when it comes down to the revolutionary mindset, yes. Now, if you're going to be extremely cynical, and I can be, people know that, it does make itself akin to what you would call a death cult. Now, I know that's easy for me to say, right? Because these people are looking at it like, this is my liberation. This is my life. This is the life of my people. And I'm willing to put my life on the line for it. It's not a death cult. It's just that death is a part of living. Death is a part of being a revolutionary, and not only is death part of being a revolutionary, your life is not even your own as a revolutionary. And so, again, when we're talking about the revolutionary spirit, this is what I want to preserve. I want to preserve that do or die ideology when it comes down to Black America. That these are the people who should be our police. These are the people who should be our security. These are the people that should be our guardians in the community. The men who understand that in the face of helping, saving, guarding, protecting Black America, I may die, so be it. We need that level of vital dedication to the community, because you will. There are going to be police officers, Black police officers, who are murdered trying to police the community, to keep it safe. And so if we're going to be the tight-knit community that we need to be, yes, then we're going to have a population of Black men predominantly who are not going to die inherently, but accept that death comes along with their line of work. And that you should do everything in your power to prevent it and defend yourself. But if it happens, you died an honorable death. You did it for the greater good of your community. And there's not a single civilization that doesn't have that. It's called a military. Men and women, right, who signed up to potentially die for the protection and guardianship of the country that they're citizens of. That's what it's about. And so he's not wrong here. It's just that when it comes down again to the Leninism and the Marxism and all of that, I think that we have just a misdirection of that revolutionary spirit. Because think about all of the people, right? If we have, let's just say we have 2 million HRAP Browns in the community, all throughout Black America, who are standing guard at Black-owned businesses, standing guard at Black schools, standing guard in Black communities, Black neighborhoods, and the same animus that they would have for the white man or the man, right? They have that same animus for the men in the community, the women in the community who mean their own community harm. And so we're dealing with the issues from without and dealing with the issues from within, and making sure that these righteous men and women are policing the neighborhood the way that the neighborhood's supposed to be policed, where you have the benefit of the doubt, but you also have a zero tolerance for crime against your own. You will be shunned. You will be ostracized. You will be exiled if you try to rob a Black-owned store in this community. In the Jewish community in New York City, there's they have their own police force, pretty much like a subsect of the NYPD, or at the very least they use their equipment, cars, uniforms, etc., but it has Hebrew on it. And the NYPD response time is about anywhere between like 1 to 5 minutes or something like that. And the Jewish subsect of this police force that's only exclusively inside of Jewish neighborhoods, their response time is anywhere between 30 and 45 seconds. So if somebody were to steal a hat out of a store and start running, by the time that man or woman gets to the end of the block, he will be tackled and have a citizen arrest, zip tie on the wrist, waiting for the NYPD to pick him up for stealing. Zero tolerance. Zero tolerance. That's how communities are kept safe. And because of that response time, and because of the consequences and the punishments that come along with that response time to crime in the community, it deters people from potentially committing those crimes. And that is the reason why policing your own communities are extremely important, because it's some of the most non-lethal ways to protect your community. And so let's keep going. Where we at? Oh, I'm looking for my cursor. Oh my goodness, where is it? Okay, there we go. Sorry, because it's like this little thin line, and sometimes I can't see it. The second part of that, he was saying that, he talked about this earlier, or at least when we covered it in episode 2, how while Malcolm was living, a lot of Black America didn't rock with Malcolm X. He was too radical, too revolutionary. too divisive, all of these different critiques that they had for him. And so, because it's just like, I think about a year since Malcolm has been assassinated, it's just very recent, in recent history, right? Imagine if you lived in an era where Malcolm X just died, right? And so he's seeing all of the responses and reactions on the ground, and he's looking at them with a disgust. It's like, yo, where was all of this love and support when he was alive? Where was all of this backing? Where was all of this? Malcolm was a great brother and a great man and all of that other stuff. Where was all of that love when he was alive? Like, you giving him his flowers when he can't even smell them. And that's why he said, outside of Malcolm's family, none of you have any right, to be screaming and hollering about Malcolm, because when he was alive, you wasn't jacking him. Like, you wasn't, supporting him at all. I think that's very telling, but let's keep going. Malcolm was the first black leader to come out and tell black people that they had a right to defend their own lives. Now, of course, this is not true, but when you're not tapped into the ancestors before 1965, you're not going to know that. And I'm pretty sure he's talking about contemporarily, And so I'm going to hold him to his contemporary life, right? He's 24 when he wrote this book, so I'm not going to hold him too hard to the fire. But obviously, there's been two-way and self-defense measures by black Americans for decades before he was even born, let alone 24 years old. But in his lifetime, Malcolm was the first one, so that's valid. Of course, it was Negroes who needed to hear that, not blacks. The brother on the block carried a knife in his diaper. He knew where it was at. America doesn't rule the world with love. It rules with guns, tanks, missiles, bombs, the Army, Air Force, Navy, and the Marines. When America fights a nonviolent war, I'll become nonviolent. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm tweeting that. I'm tweeting that. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going. But I ain't gonna hold my breath waiting for that day to come around. People want to say that I preach violence. I preach a response to violence. Meet violence with violence. If you're minding your business and someone starts fucking with you, he's being violent because he's infringing on your human rights. It's your responsibility to jump back at that motherfucker and make him back down or fight. If you don't, he knows that you're scared and that he can control you, and that's your ass. Listen here, Chud the Builder. Yeah, for all you do to be defending Chud, the idiot crash out, this is what the ancestors told us, that we not going. See, that's the thing. This is another reason why I think that he has a level of respect. Obviously, he has a real, he looks at Negroes as pet peeves. He's annoyed by them. But you can only be annoyed by somebody if you have a level of reverence for him. Not in all cases, but in this case specifically, he can't deny the importance of the generations previous to him, because his generation isn't the first to own guns or even build guns. His generation ain't the first. The generation ain't the first to wear clothes or make clothes. Like, it's so much that comes before you that you get the benefit from, that you will be a fool to completely throw the baby out with the bathwater, the ancestral baby out with the bathwater. And so when it comes down to people antagonizing you, infringing on your freedoms to walk and be wherever you need to be, do whatever you need to do lawfully and legally, and somebody's accosting you, somebody's harassing you, right? Somebody's defaming you, you have the right to defend yourself. And I immediately think of the Chud the Builder situation when he says this. If you're minding your business and someone starts fucking with you, he's being violent because he's infringing on your human rights. It's your responsibility to jump back at that motherfucker and make him back down or fight. That's a rhyme, by the way. Not only is it fire, and not only do I agree, but it rhymes. And he said, if you don't, that's your ass. But let's keep going. Let me check the chat. What we got? Sammy says, Would Malcolm and Booker have some level of overlap? I think they may indeed. Here's the connection, because this is why everything goes back to Booker T. Washington. Malcolm X, Nation of Islam, Malcolm X's father is a Garveyite. Garvey is immensely influenced by Booker T. Washington. Boom. 2 degrees separated from Booker T. Washington. And I'm sure that Malcolm X was very aware of Booker T. Washington. Okay? So that's it right there. NOI, Garveyite, Booker T. Washington. Just like that. In 3 simple steps. Straight out. That's how close Booker T. Washington would be to a Malcolm X. Because Garvey had nothing but great things to say about Booker T. Washington. And if his father is a Garveyite, I know his father was well aware of who Booker T. Washington was. You dig? And so that's how that goes. You know, I don't even think you get to Garvey without Booker T. Washington in Black America. By and large. I mean, I guess you can, but I find it very, very, it's like a slim chance. And like, unless you just really just ignorant, right? Because you're talking about the most famous Black American man next to Frederick Douglass, right? And then his legacy lives on for decades after he dies. And he just died. Like 1920, he was dead for 5 years. You dig what I'm saying? And so when it comes down to that, yeah, I think there's some overlap for sure. Vince says, do they carry guns? Absolutely. Sammy says, Douglas nearly killed his slave master. Booker had such an encounter. Yeah. Like, so, you know, he's not the progenitor of self-defense, but Malcolm was definitely Malcolm, and he wasn't playing when it came down to self-defense. But here we go. There we go. In 66 and 67, when I was working in Greene County, Alabama for SNCC, I was always having confrontations with honkies who thought I shouldn't be there organizing black people or didn't like the way I carried myself. I knew that it was my job and my responsibility to work for the liberation of my people, and nobody who tried to stop me, and anybody who tried to stop me might get killed. From the first day I got to Greene County, the honkies tried to run me out. I was driving down to see Mr. Gilmore, this Negro cat that was the candidate for sheriff on the Freedom ballot. I was doing about 70 or 80, and there was these honkies picking in this electrical work company. I shot through there, and honky screamed something at me. I threw on the brakes and backed up. Wasn't nobody in the car but me and George Green, and George don't take no shit off white folks either. And of course, I had my action with me, a 38. I backed up and said, "What you say?" This honky said, "I said, don't be coming through here that fast. Don't you see those men over there?" They were over on the other side of the road. I said, "What, you the police or something?" "Nah, I say, don't come." "No, I say, don't be coming through here that fast." I just drove off. I went on down to Mr. Gilmore's. He wasn't at home, so I turned around and went back through there, doing 80 again. I saw the honky and another cracker run and get in his car, but they couldn't catch me. So I turned off to the side of the road and waited for them to pull in behind me. I jumped out and I had my gun with me. And even though he saw my gun, he was going to try and scare me. So I said, "What you want? You trying to catch me?" "I told you not to go through here again," he said. I said, "Who in the fuck are you? If you ain't the police, you ain't got a damn thing to say to me." I was woofing at the chump and George Green got on the other side of the car. This other cracker, though, who had acted the fool and jumped in the car, wasn't saying nothing. He just sat there trembling and smiling. So the honky says, "You just come through there like one more time. You just come through there like that one more time." I told him, "You better get the fuck." Yo, son, if you don't think I'm turning this into a video gang, I don't know what. I know oh my goodness, I'm not even gonna put that in the thing because they go the AI on the subtitles are gonna think I said video game. But anyway, if you don't think these scenes are gonna be visualized, fam, come on, son. But let's keep going. "You better get the fuck from around me. That's what you better do, boy." And that's what he did. This kind of thing happens all of the time. White folks feel like they just got to chastise black people. If it had been a white boy, he wouldn't have jumped in his car and gone chasing him. So I just had to put him in his place. Just before I left Alabama, I pulled my gun on a sheriff and 2 deputies. I had gone to see this girl that I met in Selma. She was working with the Department of Labor. She traveled in an integrated team and had this white girl with her. They were going to some place called Jackson, Alabama, which is 50 miles from Mobile. I went down to spend a couple of days with her when this white girl was going to New Orleans or somewhere. The white folks in the town were already suspicious because they didn't like the 2 of them living and working together. I guess the hotel must have had the line tap because they knew I was coming. They were trying to lay a trap. As I soon found out, so they would have an excuse to get the 2 chicks out of the area. Well, I drove into town carrying my riot gun. Had me a riot gun, a 12 gauge that would shoot 7 times and chunk bricks for a half hour. You were supposed to plug it, but I wasn't about to. I went down there and I had brought some rum with me, so we were copping some TV. And we were going, wait. I went down there and I had brought some rum with me, so we were copping some TV and we're going to drink some rum and just party. All of a sudden, I heard a key turn in the door. The sister had put the chain on, so when they pushed it, the chain held the door. I looked out the door and saw all these crackers out there. My first reaction was, what the fuck is going on? I jumped up and got my gun. They had on ordinary clothes and they looked like regular old crackers. Then I dug that they had guns, and I realized I was standing right in front of them. So I moved to the side of the door. One of them says, I'm the sheriff. I said, you got to do better than that. All right, hold on. So he put his badge through the door. Okay, what you want? He said, open the door. I said, shit. Yo, why is this not a movie already? But the chick kept saying, open the door. So I decided to let him in because I had the drop on him. So I closed the door, took the chain off, let him in. I had the gun on him, so if they move, I moved. The sheriff had a camera in his hand, and the other cracker had his pistol. I had the drop on him, and the motherfucker with the pistol eased it down when he saw that. So I'm standing there talking to him, and another pig eased through the door and put a 38 dead to my head. All right, drop that motherfucker. That gun was up against my head so hard I could feel a bullet in the chamber. So I figured, well, solid. Yo, I love when he do that. Yo, well, solid. Like they got him. Like, yo, man, hey, it is what it is, man. Solid. That's the way the deal goes down sometimes. You got me, I said, and I put my shit down. Then he told me I was under arrest. Well, you know me. By now, this was just routine, so I said, under arrest? For what? Hell, I could think of 40 charges myself. I knew damn well they wasn't going to let a nigga get the drop on the sheriff and then let him go, but you got to stay on the offensive all the time. What you mean I'm under arrest? For what, goddammit? I was woofing like a champ. Well, the motherfucker said I was under arrest for fornication and a violation of prohibition. It was a dry county and we were drinking rum. Then he looked at the riot gun and said, also a violation of the Federal Firearms Act. This gun is too short, I said. Nah, it ain't too short. But they arrested me and the sister. It was her first time going to jail and it really upset her. Her first course in being a show-nuff nigger. Oh my God. I was impressed at the way she maintained herself, and I wondered how many other sisters in situations similar to ours would be as together as she was. The test will come. They took us to the jail, which was about 17 miles away. So, word, Tremaine, shout out to Clay Davis. And so, this is a very interesting scene. It will be depicted in the video. I have to. This scene was absolutely perfect. And so, one of the things that stuck out to me was this right here, the Federal Firearms Act. Now this, like Maj Touré always says, all gun control is racist. And we all know the first gun control laws in this country were to bar black men, particularly, but black people in general, from owning guns. And so it's a dry county, so can't drink. Understand that. Fornication. I told y'all about, well, at least if you follow me on the timeline, I posted a story of these little teenagers, little young adults, traveling to a little black resort or whatever, and they registered as married couples in order to stay in the same room. and they were not actually married, and so they were arrested. And so fornication was a crime once upon a time. Fornication was a crime. Hotels wouldn't accommodate you. And I would have to assume, I don't know this for sure, that is how like motels were able to get like a particular edge. That's what I'm assuming. I could be completely wrong. But since, prostitution and stuff like that, motels are like one of the main staple locations. And prior to a particular year, probably in the 60s, I'm willing to bet, because the portal theory, it was illegal to have sex with somebody who wasn't your spouse in public areas. Now, if you unmarried and you got your own spot, or you just in a private place that's not, barring fornication, you can have all the sex you want. But when it comes down to public accommodations, you were not allowed to have sex if you weren't married. So that is very interesting. Fornication, violation of prohibition, and the Federal Firearms Act. Very interesting. Very interesting. And the second part. Now, I've never been a revolutionary of sorts. I mean, according to H. Rap Brown, I am a revolutionary. I'm going to take that. But I have been in a situation where I have interfaced or interacted with the law, Johnny Law, and I was with a young lady, and we didn't get arrested, but she was very scared, and she had never interfaced with the police in that way, where they was yelling, get on the ground, or all of these other things, and then despite me not being arrested, thank God, she still had that very high intensity, tumultuous situation when it came down to the police, and she never talked to me again. She never talked to me again. Well, I mean, she did. She let me know, whatever, but no, she wasn't feeling it at all. It wasn't something that she could stomach, and I get that. I was wilding up a little bit, arguing with the police. In my younger days, man, I was like 16. You know what I mean? But let's keep going. When we got there, I found out that they knew who I was, who I worked for, and what time I'd left Selma. The camera had been brought over to take pictures for evidence. They thought we were screwing, and they were going to take pictures for the trial for their wives, one of the two, excuse me, or for their wives, one of the two. Fornication, screwing, is against the law. See, told you. I love when the ancestors corroborate what I just said, always. Fornication, screwing, is against the law. If they really tried to enforce that law, there'd be a revolution tomorrow. But to even have laws like that shows how messed up white people are. This country is probably the only country in the world with a law against screwing. Now, this is the same young man who talked about how you weren't hip if you had a sexual encounter after the age of 6 for the first time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very backward when it comes down to that, admittedly. And he said that it wasn't much enforcement of it. And I can see that. Because it's the same thing. It's not really the same thing because people lied. This is not true. But when it came down to them saying that white people didn't allow black people to have vanilla ice cream, even though black people were like literally in possession of all of the ingredients to make their own ice cream, it's like saying white people didn't allow black people to have water. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, son. Anyway, how do you police that? If it was true, how do you police that? How do you police black people from eating vanilla ice cream? Likewise, how do you police people from having having sex out of wedlock? Like, how do you actually police it? Like, yeah, you got it on the books and outside of accommodations, right? Hotels, whatever, lodges. How do you actually stop people from fornicating? But anyway, let's keep going. The charges against the sister were eventually dropped. The government provided her defense, and me, well, I had to defend myself. This was not my first time having to do this, and although I have never won a case, I was ready. Shout out to him for being truthful about that. My defense was sound, too sound. After the conviction, the judge said since I knew so much about law, he was going to give me some time to study. The only way I finally got out of that was that my main man, Howard Moore, SNCC attorney in Atlanta, came and bought me for $200 and brought me back to outside slavery. He said he bought me for $200, you know, like how you would buy a slave and free him. And then he called freedom outside slavery. Oh, man. Or maybe back to outside slavery, like outside of the prison, which is, you know, slavery. Either way. Let's keep going. Oh, these chapters are getting, like, it's like they're getting increasingly shorter. We running through the chapters. Sammy says that it's 12 chapters and we're already on chapter 9 at 8:45. And we started reading at 8. Like, let's go. SNCC as an organization had come into Alabama after the summer of 1964, following the Mississippi Challenge. People were sent in to organize black voters. I went to work in the state in the fall of '66. The election was coming up, and Carmichael, who was chairman then, had appointed Stanley Wise to coordinate it. We had candidates running in Lowndes County, Dallas County, and potentially Greene County, where I was working. However, in Greene County, we would have to fight just to get the candidates on the ballot. I was director of the Greene County project. George Greene was the first cat to come over. Mark Lewis, who later proved to be one of the hardest workers, came next. Eric Jones, my roommate from Washington, D.C., decided to take a year off from school to come and work. That was staff for a good while. Later, a cat named Snake came over from Mississippi. And so what I want to point out here is they're getting involved on local politics. They're literally handpicking candidates for their political agenda on the local level. And this is what I'm talking about, fam. This is like, honestly, I'm with all of this until you get to Marxism. I'm not going to hold you. Like, I'm with all of it. Because, these people are hand selecting candidates, working, organizing, coordinating, running campaigns, getting people on the ballot, doing what you're supposed to do when it comes down to local politics to change what's going on the ground. You cannot be mad at that. This is incredible work. Let's keep going. At first, we just spent our time going to meetings and getting to know the people, just basic organizing. Excuse me. When it comes down to what he's talking about as basic organizing, and I'm not saying that it doesn't exist in Black America, because that'd be foolish. People are very, very civically engaged in Black America. We just need to fine-tune some things, right? So what he's talking about here is happening today, 100%. But what I appreciate about his description of it is that this is the basic stuff. The basic stuff is spending time going to meetings and getting to know the people. That's the basic stuff. Getting to know your constituency and holding a bunch of meetings in the community so people know your face, know what you're, what you're standing for, what you believe in, what you're campaigning on. Just that's basic. That's level 1 of political organizing. You feel me? Exactly, Sammy. Sammy says, like football, he established the ground game. Because there's a bunch of people who think that because they popping on Twitter or social media and they say that they're running for something, that people are going to come out and vote for them. They do a little bit of campaigning in the streets for a little bit, but they're not beating the pavement like that. See, when you hungry and you a local politician, you got to be hitting these people over the head every week. You need to be holding meetings continuously, not just election time. And we've had people on the timeline, right? Local politicians and stuff like that who are running for particular districts and stuff like that and lose terribly. There was a young lady who we follow and stuff like that. She lost terribly in her district. Terribly, running on a Republican ticket. Lost to somebody like twice her age, right? Dude like 80 years old, right? And completely just swamped her. Young lady who was supposed to be, pushing for this, that, and the third when it came down to, her district, but couldn't get it done because the ground game wasn't there. Okay, it can't be that this politician who was literally just walking dust. I'm talking about this dude is incredibly old. So I don't know how much campaigning he could have been doing. But because of legacy, because people are familiar with the name, familiar with the face, he got the votes. And I truly believe, outside looking in, that was that woman's race to win. Hit the streets. Beat the streets. You can't just be on Spaces. Can't just be on Twitter. Like, you got to really be out there. People, we should see footage of you from other accounts, not just yours. That's the type of ground game that we're talking about here. Not say that she didn't do anything at all, but obviously there's some fine tune she got swamped, fam. She got swamped. Like it wasn't even close. It was like 80-20 or something like that. Like it was a sweep. So clearly there is some fine tuning that needs to happen as far as the ground game when you're running for local politics. Straight up. Absolutely, Sammy. Let's keep going. So that's just basic organizing. As it got closer to election time, we found out that the power structure didn't have any intention of putting the black candidates' names on the ballot. So we began to talk about a freedom election, which would create a parallel government. Black people are 87% of the country. What? Oh, okay, the parallel government. We were trying to get people to see that people are the real government. Establish your own government in opposition to this corrupt government, and if it calls for a confrontation, be prepared for that. Very interesting. Now, the precursor to this, the predecessor to this, is the self-determination movement in the early 19th century, right? Benjamin Davis, Eugene Debs, so a few other these American communists who were pushing for the self-determination, which essentially was basically saying that from like pretty much the southeast to the southwest is going to be black America. The rest of the country is going to be white America or non-black America, right? That's where, everybody else has to live in. And I'm not saying everybody else has to live in these areas, but this bottom, southeast, southwest is going to be owned entirely by black Americans. It's going to be their own country, their own government, and stuff like that. Now, here's what I'll say to the idea. It can be executed, but it cannot supersede the supreme law of the land. If you are going to take it serious, because we see it all the time. Like when it comes down to the ancestors, what's my man, Alexander Daniel Payne or something like that. Daniel Alexander Payne. I forgot. He has like 4 names, and they're all first names. And so forgive me if I got his name mixed up. But he has this book called Domestic Education, written or published in 1883. And he's talking about how your household is your government. And you should run your home like a government. Modern iterations of that is like run your family like a business, et cetera, right? Still, the concept can be applied on a macro level if we're just talking black America. But when you start to like move like Peter Griffin in Family Guy when he founded Pretoria, and now you're your own literal sovereign nation inside of a sovereign nation, then the logistics just don't work out. Because where is that? Like, you're not going to annex the southeast and southwest territory of the United States. And so when it comes down to that, like, no, like, you don't own the states in that way, but you can, organize, mobilize, strategize when it comes down to black American politics in those areas. Flood a particular place to be the majority vote, or, make sure that you're putting politicians in place to be able to move your agenda and stuff like that. That you can do that, groom politicians from high school, college age to make sure, like, that famous picture with young Bill Clinton shaking the hand of John Kennedy, right? JFK, stuff like that, right? Where we can have the future generations of black children be groomed to become the next alderman, the next councilman, the next mayor, the next senator, or whatever it is. But to think that we're going to be our own country, like in like legality, no, I don't think that's going to work. Because at that point, that's insurrection. At that point, that's revolution. At that point, you're trying to overthrow the government. And the pre-existing government is not going to let that happen. In the same way that Payne talked about your household being a government, imagine another husband and wife coming into your home and being like, yo, we're going to run our program in your house. We just going to do it. We y'all got the second and third floor. We got the first floor. And the way we run the first floor is completely different from how you run the second and third floor, but you don't have any jurisdiction on the first floor. You're going to be like, what? This is my house. Get out. This is an insane proposition in the first place. And so that's the reason why it's like, I see it. It can be done, right? Because it's just basically having control and ownership of your own communities. I agree with that, but literally trying to annex Black America from the rest of the country, no, that's not a good strategy. Just being honest. But that's just my critique or my commentary on it. Let's keep going. Then let the federal government decide whose government is legitimate, and that's the thing. And so you want to be able to war it out with the white government, and if you kill them all or whatever it is, let the federal government decide. It's like, nah, man. No. Just implement the people that you want. Fight against the people that are your opposition, and just win on that basis. Whatever you got to do, right? Let's keep going. We talked about the federal government coming into it just to get people to move in the direction of local self-government. I knew, however, which side the federal government would take. Obviously, people began to dig the idea. So I drafted a letter to Johnson, the Attorney General, the Governor, and the Attorney General of Alabama. And I told them that we, the Black Panther Party, were going to hold freedom elections and boycott the regular election because our candidates' names would not appear on the ballot. It was surprising what started to develop then. The old line Negro leadership, the ministers, and even Mr. Gilmore didn't want to be labeled the Black Panther Party. Gilmore had some experience working with the SCLC, and he was still in that integration bag, and he liked to take trips up north to talk to white folks and shit like that. I love when he ends his sentences with shit like that. And so they were dead serious. They were dead serious about this idea. And whether I agree with the idea or not, they executed on it, right? They executed on it. Pour up some water real quick. They executed the idea, but as you can see, there's going to be some opposition to that because obviously I would have been one of those people. If I was this age back then, if I was, 24 or whatever it is, I probably would have been with it because it sounds solid, right? Black people having their own government in the country, for sure. But if I'm 36, you know what I'm saying? Back then, I'm like, nah, Brown. Like, I ain't gonna lie for him. Like, I'm not really jacking that. And he probably would have called me Uncle Tom or whatever it was, but, he would have knew better because, at that point, H-Rap Brown would have knew my body pause. Like, he would have known that I gave it up crazy and I'm out here, but I just don't think this idea is where it needs to be. But I do think getting candidates involved and all of that other stuff can be a viable solution. Let's keep going. But we were working with the poor people out in the community and we're developing a base. See? Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. We were going to hold our own election and let the people decide who they wanted. One day, a week before the election, George Green and I went downtown. George was going to buy an axe handle. While we were there, they accused us of trying to steal a gun and arrested us for grand larceny. Hell, I had an arsenal already. What I need to steal a gun for? But it was just a way to get us out of action until after the election. They held us on a $1,000 bond. So, as you can see, political warfare, right? They're using the police to silence these men and try to impede, well, not even trying to, impeding on their actual political advancement. And so, this is interesting because I want to say that this happened during Reconstruction. Now, we know black people voted, and we know about how they locked black men out of voting with the literacy test and the grandfather clause and all of those different things. But I know that black towns existed, and I know that black towns had mayors. Charles Banks was the mayor of Mount Bayou, and he was duly voted as a mayor. And so, if you are going to, incorporate towns and build your own municipalities and stuff like that, that makes sense. However, if you're going to participate in the grander election, then no, it's not. But here with H. Rap Brown, he's somewhere in the middle where it's like we're in this place. There's an official quote unquote election, but we're going to hold our own. And so what our vote says goes. So however it comes out. But obviously the conflict is going to be if you're going to be like if, you know, they don't let your candidate to become a mayor. Let's just go mayor, right? And they have theirs. The general election is the official one, and then yours is the unofficial one. And in either election, right, your guy is going to win. The people who, you know, run the establishment, the official one of their guys, right, are going to win. And inside of your own elections, one of your guys are going to win. So when the official election one wins and the unofficial one wins, who is actually the mayor? You know what I mean? So that's what I mean. It's a conflict there. Let's keep going. While we were in jail, we saw in the newspapers that they had postponed the election as a result of that of the pressure that we had mounted in the community. See, real change happening, ripple effects. Okay, they were claiming that the Freedom candidates had been nominated illegally, although Alabama has a law which says that they can be nominated by mass meeting. Getting the elections postponed was a victory for us. I told you. And so they know more than me. They know more than me. And so they're in Alabama. They're looking at the books. And you know, like when it comes down to statutes and stuff like that in America, it was very progressive, at least compared to other countries and stuff like that. And so they're saying that it was completely legal, right? There was a law that said that they can candidates can be nominated by mass meeting, and he said that it was 80% of the people were black, right? And so if that's the case, we all said that our candidate is the candidate, right? Our Freedom candidate is the actual candidate. And so because of that fact, Alabama had to respond because, right, it's tit for tat, right? It's political warfare. You make a political move, your opponent is going to make a counter move. And so their counter move was to postpone the elections. And so before I even read that Brown looked at this as a victory, I said, what did I say? I said ripple effects. Being able to affect change that way to where an entire election is postponed, yeah, that's not a small thing. That's not a small feat. That means they understood. I mean, when he got arrested with Shorty, they knew who he was. They knew he was coming there from Selma. They knew they were tracking him. So they are aware, obviously, of these people and their influence. And these ripple effects are actually taking shape. Now, is it jumping right into it? You feel me? And getting the results that you ultimately want? No. But as you can see, Rap was like, yo, this was a victory for us. Sammy says, Twitter is the loudest, but Twitter is the minority when it comes to voter turnout. Got to hit the ground, knock doors the old-fashioned way. Yeah. Sammy also says, what you said resonates. You got to build within the system when it comes to election. Got it. Let's keep going. We were bailed out on the 7th of November. Elections were scheduled for the 8th, but since they had been postponed, we went over to Lowndes County. We set up defense positions there for election night because we knew that the honkies were preparing some shit. They were pretty pissed off, not only about niggas being on the ballot, but niggas voting. So everybody was armed. White folks jumped on a brother over in Fort Deposit. Niggas didn't do nothing, so I left. Oh, man. Oh, that's tough. I thought that we should at least jack up 10 or 12 crackers. Now, wake it up, bro. Yo, Rap is my... Yo, son, he is my nigga, man. I am not going to hold you. He is fly, son. I rock with him. Son. Let's keep going. When we got back to Greene County, we found out that George Wallace said his wife won every county but one, Greene County. No greater tribute could have been paid to our work than that. Come on, son. They making it happen. And this is what I be talking about when it comes down to them disparaging the ancestors. You only got this off because of the ancestors. Is this not gradualism? You having to get arrested, things getting postponed, and then ultimately winning an election? That's gradualism. It didn't happen overnight. It took time. You had to set stuff up. You had to hit the ground. You had to talk to the people. You had to, organize, galvanize. Like, you had to do all of these things, fam. And then your hard work pays off. That is quite literally gradualism. You know what I mean? But let's keep going. Wallace said that his wife lost Greene County because of the Black Power niggas over there. After the elections, Carmichael asked me to take over the state of Alabama to become state project director. It was a nice title, but I was still starving. Up in Greene County, we used to starve like dogs. Yeah, you got to get that bread, bro. Come on. The house we lived in didn't have running water, and it had newspapers on the walls and the floors. Folks in the community would feed you if they respected your work, and they fed us a lot even though they were starving too. We couldn't expect them to feed us all the time, so I go down to the P&B and liberate food. You know what that means. Liberate the food. Jesus. The most gratifying and rewarding experiences in this field of work comes from the relationship that is developed between the people you work with and for. In Alabama, there was one man who earned the respect of all the staff. Strong individuals are not uncommon in the struggle. This man, however, became an image that inspired us in a new dimension of black peoplehood. Here was a man who placed the good of people before personal interest and safety. His involvement in the struggle was complete. And next to his family of 10 children, this struggle was his greatest concern. He called his friends fellow, and because this was his favorite word, most of his friends called him the same. I called him Mr. Jackson, Mr. Matthew Jackson, because of the respect I had for him. Mr. Jackson had become a legend. Mr. Jackson had become a legend in his own time. He was thought of by staff as being the baddest man in Alabama. Ralph Featherstone could talk about experience that he and Mr. Jackson had with crackers that would make us wonder if Featherstone was lying. But knowing Mr. Jackson, we assumed them to be true. However, Mr. Jackson represented much more than just a bad man. To us, he was a complete individual. His education had come as a result of living. Although he was not usually large physically, one can sense by his very presence his enormous strength both spiritually and physically. And though he was fighting man's endless war with age, it appeared that he had won more battles than he had lost. We all knew that this was a good man to have on our side. Mr. Jackson would always say, "Fellow, I can't take it, but so far, then it's up to you. I done fought my best fight. Yeah. Respect. I would always tell him, "Man, wait till you get my age. You don't know what trouble is." That's funny. He would smile and say, "Fellow, you all right." Mr. Jackson could work until people who were just looking at him began to sweat. I would go in the field in the early morning with him and leave at noon to go out in the county. And when I came back around 6, he would still be working. And then he would come to a meeting later that night. Once SNCC assigned people to a county, it was up to them to find places to live and food to eat. It was because of Mr. Jackson that those who went to lounge didn't have much trouble in doing either. Anything SNCC people needed that was around was shared with them. Mr. Jackson gave all of his children to the movement. His sons James, Leon, and Johnny all joined staff on the national organization of SNCC. Bob Mance, who was SNCC's top organizer and backbone of the Lowndes County movement, was responsible for the political education. People throughout the county even now talk about some of the things Bob and the Jackson sons did. Joseph H. Jackson. Wait. Yo, that'd be funny. That'd be crazy. Somebody look up Joseph H. Jackson's family, what his father's name was. Mr. Jackson was especially fond of children, and he had the greatest capacity to love them of any man I can remember. He would go to any length to spoil them and would dismiss any criticism with a slight gesture of his hand. He He was politician, soldier, and conscience of the Lowndes County movement. Danny Brown, one of SNCC's Alabama staff members, had said that next to himself, Mr. Jackson is the most complete revolutionary living. We all learned a lot from this man. In February, a brother named Buttercup was killed by a white cop in Autauga County. This county is famous for two things: Pratt Mountain, which is the state meeting place for the Ku Klux Klan, and Lady Bird's Plantation. I was invited over from Selma, which is where our state office is located, by some people who lived in Prattville, the city where Buttercup was killed. I had to travel by myself because we didn't have enough staff and I couldn't take people from other projects. I went over and organized a political organization and a defensive organization. They were strong because there were a lot of young brothers in them. One night, the people in Prattville wanted to march down to see the mayor and the sheriff. I knew it wouldn't do any good, but I didn't want to stop that kind of action. It was a positive step. So I said, okay, we'll go see the sheriff and the mayor. When we got downtown, there were only about 3 or 4 crackers standing around. They started getting nasty with the black folks and the Bloods were just taking it. So I started screaming on the crackers. You got to implant in people's minds that you don't take no shit, that you're as equal as any human. So I started signifying and the people were laughing and appreciating it. I said, where's the sheriff? He's scared to come out here and talk to us? So the sheriff came out and said, I'll talk to anybody who lives in this county. The rest of y'all got to get out. That meant me and Jake, a SNCC brother who was working with me at, y'all are crazy. Working with me at the time, and a white chick who was a reporter for the Southern Courier. She was a pain in the ass. So me and Jake went on out. Well, the word had gotten out that black folks were downtown. While we were standing outside, the crackers started gathering around, and the stupid jive reporter chick came looking up in our faces asking stupid questions. Each time she'd get next to Jake, he would move over to my other side, keeping me between him and the bitch. Finally, I told her to get away from us and that we had nothing to say. So we decided to sit in the car. Then she came over to the car talking about, can she get in the car? I said, you better get away from this car. The crackers were really coming out in force now. This one cracker ran across the street and made a telephone call, and then soon after, someone drove up and gave him a pistol. Some of them had pistols sticking out of their belts. Jake started saying, let's go, man. Let's get the fuck out of here. I told him, no, we can't leave the people like that. We brought them down here and we got to wait for them. The mayor and the sheriff were really setting the people up because they were letting the white local forces, they were letting the white local forces gather. A state trooper car pulled up and Jake said, oh Lord, I know the shit's gonna start now. They're gonna start some shit. He wasn't lying about that. These motherfuckers were famous for starting shit. They had on black leather jackets and they pulled up where the crackers were standing. The crackers jumped up on the trooper's car, letting us know that these were the crackers jumped up. The crackers jumped up on the trooper's car, letting us know that these were their boys. Then another trooper car pulled up and Then another trooper car pulled up and Jake says, Lord, man, let's go. I guess we both were scared, but I just wasn't for leaving our people in the sheriff's office because I didn't know what was going to break when they came out. I was hoping they would hurry up and come out before the crowd got too big. Finally, they came out and you've never seen anything so beautiful. These young brothers came out there woofing, diddy bopping, and raising hell. They had won their confrontation. They had met the man and found out when you stop being controlled by fear, then the people you were once afraid of are afraid of you. Now, this is extremely important because they're taking this on a local level. And if this is multiplied through all of the different municipalities throughout Black America, right? Whichever one that they're majorities in, that they're voters in, that they're candidates in, or whatever it is, if you are willing to stick up for yourself, defend yourself, and do things lawfully, legally in that part. Now, if somebody tries to commit a crime against you, you send them to hell. That's been the rules when it comes down to self-defense at, pretty much for ages. Somebody's trying to kill you, somebody's trying to harm you, you got to do what you got to do. But when it comes down to working within these systems, it can be done. It can be done. So let's keep going. Chapter 10. All right. Hold on. Where's this? Gotta find the cursor again. Here we go. In May of 1967, I was elected chairman of SNCC. It was not a position which I sought, but people seemed to feel that I would be a good one to articulate the positions of the organization. Excuse me. Even though the press began projecting me as a Black Power leader and all of that kind of mess, I knew that it didn't matter what position a dude had. It didn't mean he was a leader, even if he had the title of chairman or president. The leader might be a dude in the organization who ain't got no title, no office. When I was head of SNCC, that's all I was. I was not a leader of Black people. I had a public platform because I was chairman of SNCC, and therefore what I said got heard by a lot of people. But I don't think I can articulate the sentiments of Black folks any better than the brothers and sisters did in Detroit. I'm just in a position where maybe I can explain what the brother is talking about, because there are a lot of Negroes who don't understand. That does not mean leadership. This is very profound and quite literally has been like just done away with. Nobody is this humble when it comes down to position and title these days. It's not happening. If you become president of Black Lives Matter, one of the chapters, right? That's going to be the 21st century version. It's all the clout. It's all the fame. It's all of that, right? It's about being the leader. It's about, being out front. It's about being able to get as much money as possible, because we all know that BLM was a scam. And so even when it comes down to the people who meant well, right? They didn't know that Patrice and all of them was scamming, right? They just created a Black Lives Matter chapter in whatever city that they were in. What happens is even those people are looking at their titles and positions as bigger than what it is. And here it is. Rap is like, yo, dog, I was, appointed as president of SNCC or chairman of SNCC, and I supposedly run the whole thing, but I'm really just a mouthpiece. That's it. Like, I promise you, if I were to give James a mic, or if I give, Rebecca a mic right now, they can say the same things that I'm saying. But because maybe, not just, obviously I'm the chairman, but because I'm charismatic or I'm able to convey my words, in a better way or whatever it is, I'm chosen. But at the end of the day, I'm just the mouthpiece for my people. I'm not a leader. I'm just somebody that you put in a position that when I speak, more people will hear me versus when James or Rebecca speaks. You feel me? That's just what it is. Let's keep going. It was obvious when I became chairman that I was in for trouble. For a year, the man had let Carmichael travel around the country talking about Black Power, and the man realized that he had made a serious mistake. He recognized too late that Black people, like the Vietnamese people, were escalating their war of liberation. So it was clear to me that if Black people began to respond by accepting a revolutionary analysis, the man was going to try and silence me. But if you're serious, you don't worry about things like that. You do your job, and you're either carried off the battlefield or you walk off victorious. Wake that up. This is, do you not see what I mean about the revolutionary spirit? You feel me? Like, dog, it's the mission. The end goal is the end goal. The struggle is the struggle. That's one thing that did resonate with me, because what y'all don't know is that in 2013, 2014, when Trayvon Martin was killed and Mike Brown was killed, I tapped into Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton became a real big, inspiration for me. Right? I am a revolutionary. And you got to say that. When I made music and I was rapping, I would put Fred Hampton speeches before and after my verses. And, I really gravitated towards Fred more than any other Black Panther. He was really my favorite. I liked the way he spoke. I like the things that he believed in. I like the way that he was able to galvanize the people. I like the fact that he was incredibly young. Like, when I was really getting in tune with him, I was older than him when he died. Right? And so Fred really stuck out to me. And so he really had me on that type of time. Now, what's so funny is reading H. Rap Brown, yeah, he references Mao, right? I'm pretty sure he has some beef with capitalism. That's clear. But I never was anti-capitalism, even though I was influenced at that time very largely by the Panthers and by Fred Hampton specifically. You got to call yourself a proletariat, right? That I didn't really care about that. But one thing that did stick out to me is two things. One, when Fred Hampton said white power to white people, black power to black people, yellow power to yellow people, red power to red people. That's one. And then two, when he broke down basically that this is not a war on race, this is a war on economics. This is a war on class. This is a war against middle class, lower class, it should be working class people. That's what it's about. So there are rich black men that can be subjugated by, rich black men that can subjugate poor white people, right? And obviously there are rich white men who can subjugate poor black people. And so when it comes down to this stuff, that's what got me. And as you can see, I still feel that way. As you can see, Henry Clay Bruce, he understood it. And so when it comes down to that didn't make me a communist. It just made me understanding that there is an enemy to the people. And the enemy to the people creates enemies within the people. And so they can fight each other and not stay focused or be focused on who the true enemy is. And Fred Hampton broke that down for me. I was appreciative to see a revolutionary say those sentiments like, yo, fam, this is upper, this is lower. And then he said, they got you in a trick bag. They telling you that, I'm black and I hate white people. I'm white and I hate Indians. I'm Indians and I hate hillbillies. Like, he was like, yo, we all fighting amongst ourselves. That's what got me. You dig what I'm saying? Like, there's a clear enemy and it ain't just skin color. That'd be stupid. Life is deeper than skin. It can't just be, I'm just trying to subjugate black people just because they're black. Nah, fam, it gotta be deeper than that. Because if that was the case, then we would have a minimal population. It would have just maintained a population of people, killed the rest of us off, right? And we've seen other countries do it. The policies, the birth policies in China, right? And so when it comes down to that, they could have done that to black people, but they didn't. And so what I'm saying to you is, yes, there were racist laws passed by legislators, right? Racist presidents, racist people in governmental power who did racist things with their governmental power, for sure, not denying that. What I'm also saying is, when it comes down to those same entities, they will subjugate poor people no matter the race. And they'll use race, they'll use religion, they'll use whatever it is to keep you distracted. Straight up and down. And that's what I truly believe. And so, yeah, I don't think that they're not racist. What I'm saying is that racism is not the top of the list thing. It's power. That's on the top of the list. Absolute, unfettered power. Straight up. Next page. There we go. The first move that the government made against me came in the last week of July 1967 when I went to speak in Cambridge, Maryland. I almost missed going to Cambridge. Gloria Dandridge, who was Gloria Richardson when she led the Cambridge movement, set up a speaking engagement for me down. She set up a speaking engagement for me down there. Now, we all know about Gloria Richardson, famous photo of her interfacing with the police and resisting the police. Legendary photograph. Shout out to her. So yeah, I've been to Cambridge when she was leading the movement there, so I was familiar with what had been happening. I was scheduled to speak at 7:30 at night, but I missed the bus. So I had to fly to Baltimore and then take another chartered flight. I got to Cambridge about an hour late and the people were still waiting. Well, the black community was full of Negro cops, and there were white cops and National Guardsmen on Ray Street. That's the street which divides the black community from the white. They were stationed in front of all of the stores. I spoke and afterwards I went up to the local office of the movement. There wasn't anything going on. People were just standing around talking, both in the office and on the street, and everything was cool. There was this young sister who wanted us to walk her home because she was afraid. She lived near Ray Street and she was afraid of all of those white cops that were stationed down there. So I was walking down the street with her and I noticed that everybody who was around, excuse me, I'll start again. So I was walking down the street with her and I noticed that everybody who was around was walking with us. They were just tagging along behind us, which ain't too cool which ain't too cool a thing to do. We got about halfway down the street and somebody opened fire from some bushes which were behind me. Some people began to scatter. I got shot. I was hit in the head and with some of the shotgun. Oh, hold on. I got shot. I was hit in the head with some of the shotgun pellets. I dove on the ground and rolled over up against this wooden fence. There were 3 of us trapped out there, a girl, another brother, and myself. The cops who were doing the shooting just kept shooting. For about 5 minutes, they sustained their fire. And they were steadily knocking splinters out of that fence. And you talk about getting low. The Viet Cong ain't had nothing on me about getting low. The brother was getting kind of nervous and wanted to try and get out of there. I figured the safest thing to do was to stay low because I didn't know whether there were other cops around just waiting for us to try and make a run for it. But he wanted to get out. He wanted to get on out, and he told me to get up and let him by. I told him that I wasn't about to get up, so he crawled around me and went up about 15 yards, and he found a gate that was open. He yelled back and told us, so I crawled on down there. The girl was too scared to move. Just as I got to the gate, he struck a match to light a cigarette. Put that match out, I told him. But by then the police had seen the match and opened fire on us. By that time, though, I was through the gate. He got up out of there. Hold on. Tremaine says, never forget that Tamika Mallory Cadillac commercial. I don't know about that one. What she do in the Cadillac commercial? Sammy says, leader could be a person with no position of office. Word. Definitely bars. Sammy also says, what happens when a leader / mouthpiece has alternative ideas to the group's architects? You more than likely get shunned, get kicked out, too radical, too conservative, too this, too that. Got to get up out of here. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you, Sam. I was gonna say that too. They were shooting for 5 minutes straight, fam. That is crazy. That is nuts, but definitely not surprising. I'm glad he got through the gate, though. Let's keep going. But he got shot in the head with shotgun pellets, bro. Jesus. We got away, and I went to somebody's house to try to get myself a little first aid. I was still bleeding. The people stopped the bleeding and got me to a doctor's office. He gave me some kind of shot, which made me dizzy. By this time, probably morphine or something. By this time, the brothers had heard what had happened, and they were mad and had gone home to get their pieces. I went back out in the streets to see what was going on. Wake it up, Rap. Wake it up. He got right back into action. All right. The brothers were out there, and they were hiding on both sides of the street so that if any crackers came down through there, they had them in the crossfire. The only thing wrong was that the brothers would have ended up shooting each other because they had their crossfire laid out wrong. So I told them I left after that. All right, good on you. You're going to have a shootout with yourself. Jesus. The next day, while in Washington, D.C., I heard that there was a 13-state federal warrant out for my arrest. So I called William Kunstler, SNCC's New York attorney, and he told me that the FBI had contacted him and wanted to work out some way for me to surrender. I said, surrender? Shit. Kunstler decided that I should come to New York and surrender there. Well, I wasn't in favor of surrender. Yeah, I feel that. Let the motherfuckers come and get me. However, I knew this was not the time, so I said, okay, and told them that I'd come up the next day. The whole thing was set up for the following noon. The next day, I went to National Airport to catch the plane to New York and surrender. When I left the house that morning, I saw this dude standing outside, and I knew he was the man. When I got to the airport, I thought the FBI was having a convention. There were so many of them. I was dressed in dungarees, so it was obvious that I wasn't trying to sneak out of town. Wasn't no way in the world I could disguise myself, and I didn't see no point in trying to hide. I hadn't done a damn thing but exercise my right to free speech. And so let it not be missed that this man has been tapped, followed this entire chapter, like this entire episode, right? The final third of the book, he has been definitely tapped, followed by the federales, right? By the FBI. every day. They know exactly where he's going to be. So clearly they know they got the phones tapped because they know exactly what he's going to be, when he's going to get there, how he's going to get there. Whether it's train, plane, car, whatever it is, they know where he's going to be. They know who he's going to be with, and they arrest him at will. They own him. So now he gets to the airport, and the entire airport is full of the FBI. You dig? So let's keep going. I went on down and got a shuttle pass, and the airport police came up to me. Are you Rat Brown? I said, yeah. Would you come with us? I said, for what? There's a warrant out for your arrest. I said, I know it. I'm going to New York to surrender to the Federal Bureau of Faggots. That's where I'm on my way to now. They said, well, we have to notify the authorities. I said, good. Call the FBI because the agreement was made with them. Well, they called the motherfuckers and the pigs denied it, so they came back with some more pigs. I called Kunstler and explained to him what had happened. It was obvious to me by that time that I had been the victim of a setup. They never intended to let me get to New York. They could have arrested me there in Washington because they knew where they could have arrested me there in Washington because they knew where I was staying. But they wanted to make it appear as if I was trying to run away. Oh my God. So is Kunstler an agent? I gotta look him up. I'm pretty sure he got a Wikipedia page. Gotta look him up. He got lined up by the feds and the lawyer. Bad. I was arrested and taken to Alexandria, Virginia, and was in the custody of the Virginia authorities. They put me in jail and sent this Negro FBI agent to interrogate me. Oh my goodness. I blew that bootlicker's mind. I told him, now you know why they sent you in here. If I was Bobby Baker, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be nowhere. You wouldn't be nowhere around here. Only reason they sent you in here is because they think I'm going to talk to you because you're colored. I laughed at him. I know you got a little tape recorder on you. He come asking me what I thought of Mao. I told him, you raised the subject, you talk about it. Wait. I told him, you raised the subject, you talk about it. Otherwise, let's talk about these crackers. I said, did you know that Hoover is a faggot, your boss? Yo, why didn't they make a H-Rat Brown movie, gang? Like, this is hilarious. Did you know that Hoover is a faggot, your boss? I asked him, did he ever hit on you? So he got scared and left. Son, H-Rat Brown is the GOAT, son. Let's keep going. Well, they took me down to be arraigned. By this time, my lawyer had come down from New York. The deal was that the federal government would drop the charges about me being a fugitive, but Virginia would rearrest me to be held for extradition to Maryland. When the federal government released me, I was on federal property, and I decided to stay because the Virginia authorities couldn't arrest me as long as I was on federal property. So the story goes. Well, the federal government ejected me from the building. When I got out on the steps, a lot of black folks had come over from Washington, D.C. I told them to bring me some lumber. They could have my 40 acres and a mule. I was setting up camp right there on the steps. Well, that's when a little shoving contest began. The federal marshals tried to shove me off the steps, and I shoved them, and they shoved me, and eventually they shoved me on out into the street where I was arrested by the Virginia cops. We got to see this scene. Come on, son. They also arrested my man, Donald Brown, who was then a student at Howard. I guess they didn't want anything brown in their white town. They put me in the city jail in Alexandria, and when the black community got the word, they came down to the jail. I heard a lot of noise, and I didn't find out until later that they had come down there and were willing to break me. And were willing to break me out. So who stopped them? The militants, the so-called revolutionaries. Don't you see all them guns? Well, the people saw all of the guns. If they could have broken in there and gotten me out, I was for leaving with them. But the militants were out there stopping the revolutionary process. Oh my goodness. H-Rat Brown was I think he was a little bit too much with the shits at particular points. Dog, you gotta have strategy, bro. if you already got arrested for being a fugitive and they dropped the charges, why then would you then have the people that you are supposed to be protecting and serving and all of that, right, break you out of prison, bro, or break you out of the jail? You dig? Like, that's bad strategy. I get it. You with it. Because that's just it. When you with it, you with it. At all times. You got no picks. You feel me? You got no picks. So it's just like, yo, listen, fam, I'm against this. I don't know if y'all know this, but I'm really a revolutionary. I'm willing to die about this. It's whatever. You dig? I got shot in the head with shotgun pellets. Like, I've been through it all. And so you killing me because I broke out of jail ain't nothing. That's just a part of the struggle. And man, oh man. But let's keep going. Where we at? Oh yeah. That showed me where the militants were at. If the revolution is abortive, it'll be because of them. Yo, listen, man. I said what I said on Twitter, and I said this without even consulting with the revolutionary ancestors. I only consulted with the anti-revolutionary ancestors at the time. Your Manning Johnsons, your George Schoolyers, them types. Samuel B. Fuller, right? And so now we have from the revolutionary himself being like, yo, there was factions of our group that we didn't rock with. And you know what? You can't really find a group of people who like are lockstep all of the time on all things. Even within the Hotep, we'll have debates. Like there's no fundamental differences that I see that are like damning, right? There's gonna be some differences. Like I'm Christian, right? There may be some agnostic Hoteps or whatever it is, but that's not gonna stop the Hotepistani from rocking with the other Hotepistani, right? But when it comes down to this, right? And even white nationalist groups, the KKK, all of these different things, like you'll see just fundamental differences within the ranks. And so he's, as a revolutionary, is blaming the militants of the revolutionary movement. Because remember, he says all black people are revolutionary, whether they, accept it or not, even the Negroes, right? And so the militants are like, nah, chill, we got to use strategy, we got to use tact, we can't break you out of jail, gang, because then we all going to be fugitives, aiding and abetting a fugitive, we're going to have a whole bunch of charges, so no. And so he's saying, like, man, these niggas ain't really with it. They ain't with the shits like they supposed to be. You feel me? Like I am. And so if the black revolutionary movement dies, it'll be because of those dudes, because they wasn't willing to take it to the next level. They weren't willing to break people out of jail. They weren't willing to, take up arms or do bodily harm to people, that saw them as a threat. Stuff like that. Let's keep going. They're the people who talk the most, and when it comes time for action, they won't shut up. They're going to stop the people. Half of the black militants ain't nothing but a bunch of potheads, bootleg preachers, and coffee house intellectuals. Wake it up! Yeah, H. Brown is the GOAT. Yep. Hotep History Hall of Fame. Bar after bar after bar. Hotep History Hall of Fame. Inducted immediately. I don't need to talk to the the board. No, as chairman of Hotep History, okay, H. Brown inducted into the Hotep History Hall of Fame immediately. Half of the black militants ain't nothing but a bunch of potheads, bootleg preachers, and coffee house intellectuals. Wake it up, H. Brown. Because that's a fact that still holds true to this very day. H. Brown, you would have flipped your wig looking at the timeline. If H. Brown, if I got my time machine, went back to 1969 and brought 24-year-old H. Brown to the year 2026. Better yet, take him to the year 2016 and just showed him Black Lives Matter and just showed him how it's ran, what they saying about black men, what they like, and how they moving. H. Brown would have been like, I knew it. I knew this was going to happen. These people are weird. I said back in 69 that half of them niggas ain't nothing but a bunch of weed smoking, preaching, coffee house intellectuals. And boy, heavy on the coffee house intellectuals, fam. You just want to be able to sit in Starbucks with your laptop and talk that talk. Intellectualize your politics and not getting nothing done. He was talking, yo, I'm telling you, son, the ancestors be having all of this wisdom, fam. And it's just through living. That's one thing that we know about H. Rap Brown. He lived. He lived. Right? Let's keep going. They are caught up in that whole identity. Come on. He's talking down on identity politics. They are caught up in that whole identity thing. They just discovered that they were black because they were working so hard all their lives to be white. They're further away from being revolutionaries than the poor people who are not militantly political. But the coffee house intellectual, the black militant, thinks he's political because he reads Fanon. Come on, he's talking. He's talking. See, we get, this is, yo, you know I love 360-degree views where we can get the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, the ups, the downs, the lefts, and the rights. And he's providing that all throughout this book. He got his critiques of Negro America. Say they got their issues. He got the critiques of Black America. He has the critiques of white America. He has the critiques of the liberals, right? The Democrats who they're supposed to be, dealing with politically. He has critiques of the fellow revolutionaries, the fellow militants. He's seeing the right and wrong in everything. That lets me know this is a critical thinker. That lets me know that he's not just rocking with things because of title, because of affiliation, or because of the people. No, it's actually my politics. It's actually what I truly believe. And so when I'm looking even around my own circle of people, all these dudes want to do is sit back and smoke weed and pontificate. Who does that sound like, chat? When it came down to a certain Cleaver, what did he give the white progressives or the white leftist college students props for? Oh, they smoke weed, they listen to the jazz music, they like black food, or they like black this, they like black that, they reject George Washington, they reject Thomas Jefferson. These are the cool whites. This is exactly, he is describing Eldridge Cleaver. Wake it up. Wake it up. Come on now. He's seen it. He's seen that it was a bunch of dudes who read Karl Marx, who read Engels, who read Mao, who read Lenin, who read, Stalin, or whatever it is. You read all these different people. You feel like you are so intellectually superior, but you ain't getting nothing done. You ain't moving no needles in the community for real. All you do is read books all day. That's it. You don't make nothing actually happen. Meanwhile, me, Hotep historian, right? We got this platform. The money that we getting from this platform, we're building a community so people can actually participate. When I got the book for sale, I'm going to have an affiliate program to where everybody else can help me sell this book and get a commission. It's not just me sitting here running my mouth reading books. You got to put action into it, right? I do what I do in spaces. I have Hotep Nation. We do Hotep Con, the Grifties. We're doing something. We're doing things in real life. The homeschool initiatives, right? The supplements and all the things that we have going on inside of Hotep, right? It's important. It's important. I'm disseminating the ancestors' information day in and day out. That's important. Especially when you have been robbed of it for the past 60 years. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. He talking though. He talking. Here we go. Books don't make revolutionaries. I contend that the black people who burned down Watts in Detroit don't have to read. These cats have lived more than the intellectual has read. Ooh. It's a lot of one-liners here that Rap got. I ain't gonna lie. He definitely earned the name Rap. I ain't gonna lie. He got away with words, for sure. He definitely got a rap. Let's keep going. So they are political by having learned from their existence. Oppression made these cats political. The militants spend all their time trying to program white people into giving them some money. Come on. Yo, son. This is amazing. This is amazing. Word, Sammy. Sammy says, yo, this man was way ahead of his time. Word. That's a fact. Let's see. The man has created a new type of time. They are oh my goodness. Let's see what we got. Hold on. We got a new Uncle Tom. New Uncle Tom alert. Let's see what the type of time this is. They are willing to be anything as long as they can be black first. Ooh. Black capitalists, black imperialists, black oppressors, anything so long as it's black first. I feel a little hit. Rap, I ain't gonna hold you, gang. I ain't gonna lie, you talking about me. Yeah, you talking about me. See, the thing is, I'm not ashamed of that, though. Y'all know I'm black American first, nigga. I want black banks. I want black grocery store chains. I want black communities. I want black politicians running those black communities. I want black police officers policing those communities. I want black all through that thing. You feel me? And I make no apologies for it, rap. Now, I get what you're saying, because you trying to, at this point, you dismantling the whole system. You against the whole system. I get it, gang. I get it. But listen, I need that. I need that ownership. So if you want to call me a black capitalist, or if you think that because I put black in front of capitalist that it makes me feel better, fine, fam. You're going to have to indict me on that. We're going to have to disagree on that. Now, I have been agreeing and disagreeing with rap this entire week. It's a lot of things that I do agree with, a lot of things that I do not. And this is one of those things I'm going to have to disagree with. Not going to lie, rap. Got to disagree with you there, brother. You can call me an oppressor all you want, gang. Got to pay that rent. I need that rent every month on the 1st. Because I own the property and you rent it from me. Okay? I need $5.99 for the product that you done brought across my desk or my shelf or took off my shelf. Yeah. And I paid $1.99 for it. Yes, I'm turning a profit. You know why? Because I have to pay the employees in the community. I have to put food on the table of hundreds of people in the community. So yes, I have to operate at a profit. And I make no excuses for it. You can call me an oppressor, an imperialist, and a capitalist all you want. The bill's still going to get paid, brother. That's just what it is. But let's keep going. While I was in jail in Alexandria, I wrote what was to become a series of letters from jail. I didn't plan it like that, but that's how it's been working out. I feel when I'm in jail that the people should understand very clearly that the reason I'm in jail is because my crime is political, because I've spoken out against injustices. When I was arrested after Cambridge, the press tried to portray me as some kind of dangerous outlaw. So in my letter from jail, I raised the question, who are the real outlaws? Here we go. A letter from H. Rap Brown. He says, brothers and sisters, white people are saying that the uprising of our people in almost 100 American cities, quote, must be a conspiracy. Where is the real conspiracy? Black people across this country have known that the real conspiracy in this country is to run us out, keep us down, or kill us if we can't act like the honky wants us to act. We're fighting for our survival, and for this we are called criminals, outlaws, and murderers. Who are the real criminals? Who stole us from Africa? Who has been stealing our labor these past 400 years to build this country? Who are the real murderers? Why don't they call the police who gun us down in the streets every day, all year round? Why don't they call them murderers? Why don't they call Lyndon Johnson a murderer and an outlaw? He fights an illegal war with our brothers and our sons. He sends them to fight against other people of color who are also fighting for their freedom. Who are the real outlaws in this country? They say I am an outlaw. I am charged with inciting black people to riot. It is against the law to riot. But did you or I have any say in passing this law? Do we have much of a say in any of the laws passed in this country? I consider myself neither morally nor legally bound to obey laws which were made by a group of white lawmakers who did not let my people be represented in making those laws. He said that in the speech as well. That government which makes the laws that you and I are supposed to obey without letting us be a part of that government is an illegal government. Who passed those laws are outlaws. The police who enforce those laws are outlaws and murderers. It should be understandable that we, as black people, should adopt the attitude that we are neither morally nor legally bound to obey laws which were not made with our consent and would seek to keep us, quote, in our place. Nor can we be expected to have confidence in the white man's courts which interpret and enforce those laws. The white man makes all of the laws. He drags us before his courts. He accuses us, and he sits in judgment over us. White America should not fool itself into believing that if it comes down harder on us, that it will keep us from doing what we believe is right. History has shown that when a man's consciousness is aroused, when a man really believes what he is doing, threats of jail and death cannot turn that man back. The threat of jail or death will not turn me nor others like me from the path we have taken. We stand on the eve of a black revolution. These rebellions are but a dress rehearsal for real revolution. For to men, freedom in their own land is the pinnacle of their ambitions, and nothing can turn men aside who have conviction and a strong sense of freedom. More powerful than my fear of what could happen to me in prison is my hatred for what happens to my people in those outside prisons called the black ghettos of this country. I hate the practice of race discrimination. And in my hatred, I am supported by the fact that the overwhelming majority of mankind hates it equally. There is nothing any court can do to me that will change that hatred in me. It can only be changed by the removal of the racism and inhumanity which exists in this country. Amen. I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna lie. I agree with a lot of that. Now, of course, black men, I think even during this time, black men were like helping pass laws and stuff like that. So I get it. But, he's in the moment, yo. He's in the moment. He's flying hot. Can't be mad at him. He keeps going. He says, a society which can mount a huge military action against a black youth who breaks a window, and at the same time plead that it is powerless to protect black youths who are being murdered each year because they seek to make democracy in America a reality, is a sick, criminal, and insane society. They talk about violence in the country's streets. Each time a black church is bombed or burned, that is violence in our streets. Where are the troops? Each time a black body is found in the swamps of Mississippi. Each time a black body is found in the swamps of, why am I saying swamps? Each time a black body is found in the swamps of Mississippi or Alabama, that is violence in our land. Where are those murderers? Each time black human rights workers are refused protection by the government, that is anarchy. Each time a police officer shoots and kills a black teenager, that is urban crime. Where is the national leader who will go on TV and condemn police crime? Black people see America for what it is. It is clear now that white America cannot condemn itself, cannot see the reality of its crimes against mankind. We see America for what it is, the Fourth Reich, and we recognize our course of action. Wow. Listen, man, he makes great points here. If you are going to say that a black man shooting a black man in the ghetto is black on black crime or urban crime, what about the police officer that kills indiscriminately? What about him? And I'm not talking about the guy who is shooting, a police officer that is shooting in self-defense, right? The criminal or the suspect or whatever pulls out a gun and try to kill the police officer. The police officer rightfully kills the criminal or the suspect. I would do the same thing even if I wasn't a cop. I'm not a cop, but if I was or was not a cop, it would not matter. If you try to shoot me and kill me, I'm going to shoot and kill you faster. That's the name of the game. So I'm not mad at that. But in those situations where you acted hastily because of your implicit bias against that black person and you killed them even though they were not an immediate threat to you, how is that not crime? How is that not urban crime? Right? When it comes down to black American rights being infringed upon, if this is supposed to be a polite society, right? Supreme law of the land and all this other stuff, and you're infringing on the rights of black Americans, how is that not anarchy? Because if it was nationwide or widespread, that's what it would be. It'd be all out anarchy. And so how is it that it's anarchy when we infringe on the rights of white people, but it's not anarchy if you infringe on the human rights of black Americans? That's all he's saying. Like he's just putting the mirror up. You feel me? So it is what it is. Let's see. Sammy says HJ was beat to the punch on that Fourth Reich take. Got him beat by about 6 decades. Yeah, I can't wait to tell HJ about that because he be talking about the Fourth Reich. But this is the reason why HJ is my guy, because this is more HJ's bag. This is how HJ look at it. HJ not a proud American whatsoever. HJ is on one of those like burn it down. Just make sure that you do it the right way. He wants a controlled demolition of the system, to where it's not done haphazardly. It actually has a plan involved where we're going to drain the swamp for real. Get those old farts out of here, to get those old oligarchs and all of that stuff out of the system, so we can actually implement some good government, limited good government. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, and so this is the type of sentiment that really gets him, going. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep going. The repeated attempts that the government has made to silence me represent just one level of genocide that is practiced by America. This genocide can be seen on many different levels. It can be seen actively in Vietnam, where 45% of the frontline casualties are black. That's no accident. Another level of genocide can be seen operating in the South, where many black people live on a starvation level. Over 500 black people die in Alabama each year for lack of proper food and nourishment. This is something in a country that sends... This is happening in a country that sends people to the moon. Yet another level of genocide can be seen in the courts. Any black man across America who faces a white judge or who faces any court procedure can expect the maximum fine and the maximum sentence. Muhammad Ali, Leroy Jones, Huey Newton, Ed Oquenda, myself, and thousands of black men and women across the country have been thrown into prison because we have stood up and challenged the system. Some of the best minds in the black community are in jail, and that's genocide. The most obvious example of genocide is in the concentration camps that America has prepared for black people. This came about as a result of the McCarran Act of 1950, a law which establishes concentration camps. Wow. There is a part, Title II, which suspends the right of due process. That means that there goes the dissolution of all machinery whereby you would be entitled to see a lawyer or go to court. You're arrested and taken off to camp. You're arrested and taken off to the camp without having had an opportunity to state your side of the case. Not that the presentation of your case matters. At the present time, America still lets us use her legal machinery, and through legal maneuvers, my attorney was able to get me freed. But this was only after the court set ridiculously high. This was only after the court set ridiculously high bail. This is nothing short of ransom. I anticipate one day, however, that I will be arrested and there will be no legal procedure any lawyer will be able to use to secure my release. In fact, the first question will not be, let's get Rap out of jail. It'll be, where is Rap? Yeah. For all of the, things that he went through, it makes perfect sense why he would, why he looks at it like this, right? Being arrested just for speaking. A lot of these dudes, that ass was just being arrested for speaking. America was extremely contradictory when it came down to this stuff. It's freedom of speech and still until you start saying things that, you feel uncomfortable with. Inciting a riot. Okay, anyway. From the time of my release until my next arrest in September, I was followed 24 hours a day by Negro pigs. I thought so little of the motherfuckers that I would come out of the house in the morning and jump into their car and tell them to take me wherever I was going. I would talk to the chumps and try to make them see that when the man decided to move against black people, he would move against them first. They weren't exempt because they were cops. In fact, they were more of a threat. No black man is trusted, but the chumps couldn't see it. I told them about the Negro cop in Newark who went to the station to report for duty when the Newark rebellion broke out. The white pigs saw him come walking into the station house, and they kicked his ass. All the while he was yelling, "I'm a cop, I'm a cop." All the white cops saw was a nigger, and they kicked his black ass until somebody white recognized the chump. Wow, that's crazy. All the white cops saw was a nigger, and they kicked his black ass until somebody white recognized the chump. And even then, I bet them white cops didn't apologize. But the Negro didn't have no better sense than to get up and put a sheepish grin on his face and go put on his uniform. What? Negroes like that deserve to get their asses kicked. Nah, bro. if I'm a cop and then because of racism, white cops do me bad, bro, what? I'm going to sue them so fast. I promise you, they're not going to know what hit them. I don't care how racist the system is. You're getting sued, brother. I'm telling you that. See you in court. But anyway, my second arrest came about through a law that I know the government had to put 200 cats to work to even find. It was so old. Oh my God, trumped up charges for real, but let's keep going. I bought a rifle, which was not illegal at the time, and it was a sweet mamma jamma. It was a sweet mamma jamma too. I purchased it the same day I was due to go to Baton Rouge to see my folks, so I carried it with me. When I got on the plane, I informed the stewardess what I had in the plastic bag. When I got on the plane, I informed the stewardess what I had in the plastic bag I was carrying and asked her to hold it for me. Yo, imagine just being able to carry on a rifle, bro. America was so Wild West, even compared to like these days. You know, it ain't like it's not the late 19th century Wild West. It's the late 20th century Wild West. But like, son, imagine being able to just carry a rifle onto an American plane, bro. You walk through an airport with your gun on you. You don't declare it like you do now. You don't declare your firearm. You carry it on with you like it's like a tripod or something like that you just have in your bag. No TSA. We all know that. No TSA. You walk through, get to the gates, get on the plane. Tell the stewardess, hey, yo, I got a bag right here. I need you to hold it for me. Oh, my goodness. Let's keep going. There was never any secret about what I was carrying. I spent a couple of days in Baton Rouge and then went on back to New York. The night I arrived in New York, I was supposed to have continued on to Cincinnati for a speaking engagement the next day. Instead, I stayed in New York with a friend, Alan Bailey, better known as the Prime Minister of Harlem. Someone came into the house around 2 a.m. and said that the neighborhood was filled with cops. During this time, I was under 24-hour surveillance anyway, so cops weren't unusual. But he said that there were over 20 or 30 out there. So I went to the door to see, and while standing there, these two bootlicking, ass-kissing Negro cops of the NYPD who were assigned to follow me called me out to the curb. At this time, about 20 white pigs converged on me. They told me that they were from the Alcohol and Tobacco Division and that I was under arrest. Knowing that I don't drink or smoke, I said, man, you must have the wrong dude. I don't indulge. They arrested me for transporting a rifle. They arrested me for transporting a rifle across state lines while under federal indictment. I've heard of some bullshit laws, but that is about number one. I didn't even know I was under indictment. The only thing hanging over my head was extradition hearings in Virginia. But seeing as how I was outnumbered by about 20-1, I decided that I wasn't going to dispute the matter. I also decided that the day would come when odds didn't matter. I was jailed in New York and held on $25,000 bond. Kunstler eventually got that reduced to $15,000, which Snick had to raise in cash. No bondsman would handle the case. This was simply a tactic to make it more difficult for me to get out of jail. By the time I did get out of jail, however, the man had decided that I was going to be grounded for a while. I was sent from New York to New Orleans, where the judge said that when I went back to New York, I was not to travel anywhere outside of the Southern District of New York, which meant that I couldn't even go to Queens or Brooklyn. I said, damn, I'm going to have to get the crackers okay to go to the bathroom. The judge in Virginia decided that he wanted a piece of me too, and he said that I couldn't travel anywhere in the country without getting his approval. It was very clear that I was, in effect, under house arrest. So I said, solid. You already know. Solid. Whatever they do to me is not going to stop the revolution. Anybody who is projected as a leader generally impedes the revolution anyway. Them one-liners, man. Whether I was out there or not, I knew that the brothers were going to take care of business. A revolution doesn't depend on one person. In actuality, the revolutionary is an unknown person. He's the brother who's taking care of business, the one who's getting his head together, the one who's in the street, the one who dies in the rebellions. Like in Vietnam, he's the one who is known only to his cell leader or his commander. He's the cat whose name never appears in history books. It ain't the dude with the natural. I'd rather see a cat with a processed head and a natural mind than a natural head and a processed mind. Like, dog, son, these bars, son, he really be rapping in this book. That name is so apt. But anyway, it ain't what's on your head, it's what's in it. Like, he's just giving us bars at this point. It ain't what's on your head, it's what's in it. You see Negroes with naturals on their heads and nothing on their minds. You see Negroes with naturals on their heads and nothing on their minds. This man is going. He's cooking. Revolutionaries are not determined by physical characteristics. Some of the most revolutionary people in Vietnam are women, but we got motherfuckers here running around talking about let the man do it all. I mean, yeah, bro, like, it's men. Got to be on the front lines. See, this is when they be losing me, fam. That's when they want to, like, nah, women is just as tough as us. Like, nah, They may be tough in spirit as us, right? But physically, no. But anyway, let's keep going. So it didn't bother me that I was going to be grounded for a while. The struggle was going to go on. In February 1968, Kunstler went out to California and I had to go out to consult with him about one of the cases. I figured that I didn't need the court's permission to go, as I could travel anywhere to consult with my attorney. While I was in California, I checked out the scene in the brothers. Oh my goodness. And the brothers asked me to speak at a couple of meetings, which I did. I was out there for 2 days and then split on back to New York. The morning after I got back, 8 federal, I already knew it. I already knew this was coming. When I first the morning after I got back, 8 federal marshals knocked on my door. First, they called my house to make sure I was there. When I picked up the phone, this voice said he had the wrong number. Well, I figured who it was, but I didn't know what their next move was going to be. A few minutes after that, here comes these 8 federal marshals in front of my door with their guns drawn. I looked through the peephole in the door and saw all these honkies with their pistols, and I said, yeah, what you want? They said, open the door. I said, now come on, you got to do better than that. We're federal marshals. That's cool. What you want? We got a warrant for your arrest. So I said, well, wait a minute. I got to put some clothes on. I went and got dressed and picked up the phone to call my lawyer and let him know what was going on. I'd left the door open, but I had a chain across it. I let it open so they can see inside and see that I wasn't preparing for no shootout with them or nothing like that. But they decided they wanted to play cowboy and they came trying to kick the door down. I told them to stop kicking on the door. Kunstler wasn't in his New York office, but his brother, who's also a lawyer, was there, and he told me that it would be best to go ahead with him. I took the chain off the door, and all 8 of them come rushing in, waving their guns all over the place. I sat down in the chair. Okay, what you want? I asked them. We got a warrant for your arrest. I said, let me see it. They said it was an outstanding warrant, which meant that they didn't have it, but it was being drawn up. So I asked them, what's the charges? They didn't even know. Well, I started to argue with them, but I decided that there was just too many folks there for me to argue with. But then they started looking through the house and I stopped them. You got a search warrant? One of them said, you got any guns in here? I said, no. What kind of fool he think I am? If I did have some guns there, I wasn't going to tell him, of all people. They took me on down to the federal building and booked me. The next day I went on down to New Orleans where the warrant had been issued. The judge said I was guilty of violating bond, and he set a new bond on me for $50,000. Jesus. Yeah, they definitely playing with him. Pause. Like, they definitely just trolling him legally at this point. The courts, everybody else in between, they are legitimately trolling him. During a recess in the hearing, before the judge set new bond, I was out in the corridor talking to some black students who had come down to the court. This old Negro FBI agent come walking up to me. The dude had testified against me in court, saying he had heard me speak out in California, so I recognized him. Before he can get a word out of his mouth, I said to him, I hope your children don't grow up to be a Tom like you are. I get back in court and I see this traitor on the stand telling the judge that I threatened his life. So the judge charged me with threatening an FBI agent and set $50,000 on that charge. Jesus. So now I had $100,000 bond on me, and the judge in Virginia decided he had to get in his kicks too. So he forfeited the bond he'd already set on me, which had been posted, in order that once I got out of jail in Louisiana, he wanted to see me again. This was clearly illegal, as I didn't even have any charges against me in Virginia, but they had my ass and they knew it and weren't about to cut me no slack. They took me back to New Orleans, where I was to remain in jail until SNCC could raise the $100,000 to get me out. This was a ridiculous bond. There was a woman in New York, Alice Crimmins, who was convicted of murdering her daughter, and they let her out on $25,000 bond, which meant that she had to put up $2,000 or $2,500. I was being held on $100,000 cash and hadn't killed nobody, robbed no bank, or done anything. It was obvious that that was not bond. That was ransom. When I got back to New Orleans, I decided to go on a hunger strike. I figured that I had to draw the line. You have to resist whatever is done to you, and I had no other weapon in jail except not to eat. I had to resist the motherfucker somehow. I may have been in their jail, but I wasn't going to accept it. So that black people would understand, I wrote my second letter from jail. February 21st, 1968. Being a man is the continuing battle of one's life, and one loses a bit of manhood with every stale compromise to the authority of any power in which one does not believe. No slave should die a natural death. There is a point where caution ends and cowardice begins. For every day I am imprisoned, I will refuse both food and water. My hunger is for the liberation of my people. My thirst is for the ending of oppression. I am a political prisoner, jailed for my beliefs that black people must be free. The government has taken a position true to its fascist nature. Those they cannot convert, they must silence. Those who they cannot convert, they must silence. This government has become the enemy of mankind. This can no longer alter our path to freedom. For our people, death has been the only known exit from slavery and oppression. We must open others. Our will to live must no longer supersede our will to fight, for our fighting will determine if our race shall live. To desire freedom is not enough. We must move from resistance to aggression, from revolt to revolution. For every Orangeburg, there must be 10 Detroits. Yeah, he's getting more and more radicalized, as you can see, with all of that police intervention, all of the FBI federal intervention, and all of the things, right? He's becoming more and more. He said we got to go from, we can't just be, we got to really be on the, offensive at this point. We got to start attacking them first, basically. For every Max Stanford and Huey Newton, there must be 10 racist cops. And for every black death, there must be a Dien Bien Phu. I don't know what that is. Sounds Asian. Brothers and sisters, as well as all oppressed people, you must prepare yourselves both mentally and physically, for the major confrontation is yet to come. You must fight. It is the people who in the final analysis make and determine history, not leaders or systems. The laws to govern you must be made by you. May the deaths of 68 signal the beginning of the end of this country. I do what I must out of the love for my people. My will is to fight. Resistance is not enough. Aggression is the order of the day. It was serious. Note to America. Okay. America, if it takes my death to organize my people to revolt against you, and to organize your jails to revolt against you, and to organize your troops to revolt against you, and to organize your children to revolt against you, and to organize your God to revolt against you, and to organize your poor to revolt against you, and to organize your country to revolt against you, and to organize mankind to rejoice in your destruction and ruin, then here is my life. But my soul belongs to my people. Lasima, Tashinde, Mimbalashka? Wait, Mimbalashika, yeah. Mimbalashika. We shall conquer without a doubt. Yours in revolution, H. Rap Brown. Okay. Solid. SNCC mimeographed the letter and got it distributed. After I got out of jail, I learned that Julius Lester, a member A member of SNCC Central Committee at that time had read the letter at an anti-war rally at the UN and had been booed by the white people there. This was right after the Orangeburg massacre, and if whites disapproved of what I said in the letter, it showed me once again that John Brown was the only white man I could respect, and he is dead. Excuse me. The black movement has no use for white liberals. He just outright and said it. We need revolutionaries. Revolutions can use revolutionaries. After I had fasted 11 days, I wrote another letter. Okay, March 2nd, 1968. The deaths and arrests of 1968 signal more than ever the resounding denial of human rights by this country. Murder and human bondage made justice the afterbirth of America's immoral conception. True to the nature of its birth through murder and slavery, America's only offspring has been tyranny. Why did I say tyranny like that? Tyranny, excuse me. True to the nature of its birth through murder and slavery, America's only offspring has been tyranny. Who really violates the codes of justice? Justice upon which all laws, quote unquote, should be fabricated. This country has shown that her laws are not based on justice. They are based on politics. There is no separation of law from politics. Political perspective and allegiance determine human rights. The courts are a tool of the political structure. America's judiciary system serves the political one. When justice serves the law, then there's no law. Then there is no law, no rights, no redress of grievance, only political and judicial intercourse. This government has made a mockery of its constitution. Freedom shares my cell on death row. He be talking in these letters, I ain't gonna lie. Our only redress of grievance is through revolution. No government is worth more than humanity. Tyrants are to be made accountable for tyranny. When the courts are no longer an instrument of or for the people must then become lawmakers and law enforcers. If it pleases the court. So we got a rap from rap. Let's see. Hold on. Scratch my head. Your country cheers for thee, my people are dying. Giving my peers to thee, my people are dying. My people tears to see, our people are dying. Your country tis of thee, today you are dying. Your country tears to see, no flag is flying. My people cheers to see, we caused your dying. My country tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. My country tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. Lasima to Shinde, what did I say? Mbilashaka? Yeah. Mbilashaka. We shall conquer without a doubt. Yours in revolution, H. Rap Brown. A lot of black people, even some in SNCC, wanted me to come off the hunger strike. They would send me messages saying that if I died, it would just be the man, it would just be what the man wanted. I figured that if they didn't want me to die, they should get me out any way they could. I was down there fighting with the only weapon I had, my life, and these folks wanted me to cop a plea. The authorities were very worried that I was going to die. I had them uptight. They figured on putting me in jail, and if I was quiet, people would forget. But I fucked with them. I figured there was no better place to die than in a United States jail. A lot of black people though couldn't understand what I was doing. Kunstler appealed the bond, and eventually the $100,000 was knocked down to $30,000. The money was posted, but they still wouldn't let me go. I was in jail for a week and a half after the money was put up. I spent 43 days in that jail and fasted all 43. When I was released, they took me to Virginia, where they put me in a concentration camp near Petersburg. My cell was underground. The window looked right out on the top of the grass, and the only thing else I could see was this large chimney of a furnace, and this chimney was steady pumping black smoke. I was in the camp, and the judge wouldn't set bond. This was at the time that King was murdered and black folks were burning down everything they could stick a match to, so I knew they weren't about to set bond and let me out. My lawyer appealed to every court he could, and nobody would set bond. His next move was going to be to appeal to the Supreme Court. Well, I said, fuck that. I was tired because every night a guard would come around and shine a light in my eyes every hour. I was in a cell block by myself, and between me and the outside there were 5 locked doors. So there wasn't any question about me going somewhere. I could only conclude that the dude shining the light in my eyes all night was simply just trying to harass me. If he just wanted to make a bed check, he could see if I was there without throwing that light in my eyes. So I decided to waive extradition and go back to Maryland. I knew that Baltimore had just gone up in smoke, and I figured Maryland didn't hardly want to see me, so I fooled them and waived extradition. The Virginia cops took me to the Maryland line and waiting for me. The Virginia cops took me to the Maryland line, and waiting for me there were 20 cops, the FBI, the Maryland State Attorney General, the Chief of Police from Cambridge, and I don't know who else. I'm not going to hold you. This is a lot of like police power and pull for one man. I ain't going to lie. All of them federal agents, you got the police chief, you got all these different people out there. This is crazy. I said, damn, they must think I'm Jack the Ripper or somebody. They put me in this unmarked car with 5 state trooper cars in front and 3 behind. Like, this is crazy, bro. And when we got to the courthouse in Cambridge, there were about 60 troopers lined up outside the courthouse. Meanwhile, they got me handcuffed, and the handcuffs were handcuffed to my belt. I couldn't even have scratched. They were scared shitless. All them pigs for me, and the most dangerous weapon I had on me was my fingernails, and they were cut short. But they were timing worse than Negro times. And you ain't seen no times until you see white folks time. He talking about the white coons. Let's see. It was Mr. Brown this and Mr. Brown the other. Yeah, them white folks time that day. They took me down to be fingerprinted. Well, I wondered how many sets they needed, but I figured everybody had to have his own original. I don't know. Maybe they figured I changed my fingerprints between Virginia and there. Anyway, the dude made 1 set and then he made another. Then he started to make a third. I said, wait a minute, how many you gonna make? He said 5. I said, shit, I ain't making no 5. I ain't never had to make no 5 sets of prints, and you know I ought to know. I'd given fingerprints to everybody except Lyndon's mama. I told the dude, look at here, I'll give you 3. So he took 1 more, and I said, where's the stuff to clean up with? He gave it to me, and while I was cleaning up, I heard somebody in the next room ask him if he gotten all 5 sets of prints. He said, oh, no. He said his fingers were sore. All right, cool. At least he tried to hold him down on that. Sammy says, hold on. Sammy says, man, it's like I feel his premise, but the implementation plan ain't it, bro. Word, exactly. Putting a leftist on this book would be a covert way to create some crash outs. Word, true. Because they, especially if you talk about high school, college age. Oh my goodness. Buddy was never married, right? He nearly has no close ties to anyone to even threaten him with, or to give him pause for the ramifications of his actions. Word, because it's like his pops was a veteran. His grandpops, I think, is dead at this time. So it's really just his parents, for real, and his brother. That's the only people that I could think of. After a while, Kunstler showed up with the bond money. The bondsman came in and he was scared, pleading with me not to jump bond. The funny thing was that the state of Maryland got the bondsman. I'm on the white list, and no bondsman across the country will post bond for me. I also want to point out that they have been spending hella chips getting this man out of jail, bro. This nigga get locked up every week, and they got to put up the bond for him. Let's keep going. Maryland was so anxious to get rid of me that they went and got a bondsman themselves. Hell, if we hadn't had the money, I bet Agnew would have put it up himself. So after almost 2.5 months in jail for the crime of thinking and talking, I was out. Word, that's the thing. Like they just arrested him because he's him. That's it. He hasn't done anything. So legit political prisoner. I can't lie about that. When they hadn't silenced me. They'd taken me off the street, but I hadn't been silenced. They just gave me another forum. I talked to the brothers in jail who are more political than the people on the streets. These are brothers who have no doubts as to what needs to be done. The only reason that I'm willing to go before the racist courts is that it's an educational process for black people. Black people should learn from my experiences. Every black man shouldn't have to go before a judge to know what I'm experiencing. I was glad in Louisiana because the courtroom was filled with black people, young young black brothers and sisters every day. And they learned because legally we beat the government on the first day. We made a motion to have this racist judge, Mitch the bitch, dismissed from the case because of prejudicial statements he had made against me during some of the bond hearings we had before. The motion was made to him and he said, yeah, I'm prejudiced against him, but I'm not going to dismiss myself. That's crazy. That's crazy for a judge to admit. The news media tries to project me as an enemy, not only to the system, but to my people. And the high bail that has been set on me every time I've been arrested proves this. I'm a crazy, dangerous nigga who hates I'm a crazy, dangerous nigga who hates white folks, according to the media. The news media is one of the greatest enemies to black people. Oh my goodness, fam. He is cooking. The news media is one of the greatest enemies to black people. It is controlled by the ruling classes and is used to articulate their point of view. Every day the news media says, quote, the United States killed 2,000 Viet Cong. Hell, if you can count, it's obvious that there can't be no more Viet Cong because the United States has been killing them every day by the thousands for 4 years now. Man. Keep going. Come on, scroll on over. There we go. Sometimes I can't see. There we go. All right. So it's obvious that somebody's lying somewhere. But Negroes got more confidence in Huntley and Brinkley than Catholics got in the Pope. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Is he talking about John R. Brinkley? Remember I told you about John R. Brinkley? He was a snake oil salesman who ended up implanting goat nuts into men and goat ovaries into women. Remember that guy? Huge scammer, made off with like $200 million adjusted for inflation. He had bought a radio station to advertise, to play music and all this other stuff. And I wonder if he is talking about Brinkley when he's talking about the news media. You feel me? Sammy says, is it the people funding all of these bills / bonds? I wonder who's financing all of this. Or who finances all of this. I ain't gonna lie, they said they crowdfunded in the book, and I'm pretty sure Kunstler had put something up, probably on a low. But yeah, it seems like they just crowdfunding this. They gotta get money up, maybe selling some stuff or whatever it is. But yeah, it seems like they crowdfunded. The media claims that I teach hate. Hate, like love, is a feeling. How can you teach a feeling? If black people hate white people, it's not because of me, it's because of what white people do to black people. If hate can be taught, ain't no better teaching than white people themselves. I hate oppression. I am anti anybody who is anti-black. That's what I told you. Like, he is just so pro-black American, fam. And if you against that, then I hate you. I'm anti you. Straight up. Now, if that includes most white people in America, it ain't my fault. That's just the way the bones break. I don't care whether I don't care whether or not white people hate me. He is talking. I don't care whether or not white people hate me. It's not essential that a man love you to live, but the man has to respect you. Yo, this reminds me of the space that I was in, or I had created. Was it? No. I just went to this space, and my man Lade, who was like, he does all of the archiving when it comes down to street fashion from like the 80s, 90s, early 2000s and whatnot, and he's Nigerian. And so we all know about the delineation, movement and stuff like that. And so this black American man, I would have to assume he's black American, he asked Lade, yo, do you love black Americans? A grown man asked another grown man, yo, do you love my culture? Or do you love my ethnicity? Do you love my people? And Lade was like, dog, this is not about love. What are you talking about? This is business. What does that have to do with anything? And it's so funny because Lade in that moment sounds more like H. Rap Brown, black American, talking about black people. Lade, he puts money in black Americans' pockets through his business. And it's not about love for him, it's about good business. And I'm sure that when it comes down to Booker T. Washington, when it comes down to the people that, come from that cash down your buckets, manly, mutual benefit stuff, that's the ideology. And you can see that inside of H. Rap Brown pause. You feel me? It's a man. You don't need love to live. You don't need a man to love you to live, is what he's saying. Black man, you don't need a man to love you to live, but you need respect. Now, if dude would have asked Lade if he respects Black America, that would have been a more admirable question. But he didn't ask that. Let's keep going. I believe that America loves the Negro, though. It loves for him to do its work, loves for him to stay down under its foot. But America does not respect Negroes. Negroes don't respect themselves. And so that is similar to what I said in that conversation that I just talked about. It's like, yo, you don't ask the people who actually vulture the culture if they love Black people. And even if you did, they would say, yes, they do. But that does not mean they're not jerking you. It does not mean they're not robbing you and finessing you and preying on you through those 360 deals and all of that other stuff, right? Oh, we love you, such and such rapper. We love you, such and such artist. We love you. But then they got you in a debt cycle for the rest of your life. So does it really matter? Versus a Lade who may not have any affinity for you, but is willing to do good business with you, not because of his feelings towards you, but because of his feelings about himself. I don't want to be known as the guy who does bad business. The respect that I have for myself is the reason why I'm doing good business with you. Straight up. Let's keep going. And he also talks about Negroes not respecting themselves, which is also unfortunately true in many cases. Not all, obviously, because I exist, y'all exist, but, you know, it is an issue. America, so I think America's only capitalized here because it's the first letter of the line, or the sentence, rather. America's always playing her game, though, turning anything and everything around to suit its own purposes. When Jews talk about what the Germans did to them, that's history, and everybody agrees that it's history. But as soon as Black people begin to raise the question of what white folks have done to them and what white folks do to them daily, they say that it's hate. Amen. Wake it up. But you also got Negro people walking around talking about Rat Brown and Carmichael. But you also got Negro people walking around talking about Rat Brown and Carmichael teaching hate. The brothers know that if you saw a white man slap your sister down, you'd react with hate. It's not because anybody told you to hate the white man who slapped your sister. It's because you're supposed to hate a motherfucker who treats you worse than he treats his dog. Facts. The brothers knew all along that they didn't dig slavery. Each individual Black person decides for himself whether or not he hates all whites. Racism in reverse is charged when Blacks don't profess their undying love for whites. But racism, we got any words here? 50 years, freedom, civil rights, progress, NAACP. And so getting yoked up by the police, blood off the head, police brutality. Black side of American history. After 300 years, Black America tells it like it really was. How Black soldiers fought in a dozen wars for white America, their African heritage, their roles in American life and politics, in caricature and in fact. Each Tuesday in a series of special events, Negroes will tell it in their own words. We believe you and your children will find these programs rewarding and memorable. Starting Tuesday, 20 million Americans get equal time in our history. Sounds like what I'll be on. Let's keep going. Oh, what was the last bars? Oh, yeah, but racism. That's what it was. Yep. But racism is based upon the concept of racial superiority, which Blacks have not yet alluded to. The Black movement has never pushed the doctrine of racial superiority. But what upsets the media is that we don't say we love all white people. White folks get uptight if the first words a Black person say don't deal with love. That's their problem. If they haven't been oppressing Black people, then they ain't got nothing to feel bad about. If they're fighting to destroy this racist country, then they know that what I'm saying about oppression does not apply to them. And they also know that I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to Black people. They're eavesdropping. Wake it up. White people got hung up on integration. Segregation was the problem, and the elimination of segregation was the solution. Not Oh my God. There it is. There it is. There it is. Vindication. Vindication. I've been saying it for years. Let's wake that up. H. Rap Brown says what I've been saying for years. Let's read that again. Let's note the time, 10:34. White people got hung up on integration. Segregation was the problem, and the elimination of segregation was the solution, not integration. Facts. Let's keep going. It was the unequal nature of segregation that black people protested against in the South, not segregation itself. Separate but equal is cool with me. What's with this big kick about going to school with white folks? Them that want to do that should have the chance. Them that want to do that should have the chance. But that ain't no solution. Yo, he is, son. H. Rap Brown, man after my own heart, gang. I ain't gonna lie. This guy is great. Racism stems from an attitude and it can't be destroyed under the capitalist system. You can't fight attitudes. If white people want to address themselves to that, fine. They're the ones with the attitude. But the black movement cannot address itself to attitudes. Fuck attitudes. Fuck a motherfucker who hates me. Because if I ever get him on the wrong end of my gun, he's in trouble. But black people have always dealt with attitudes, and attitudes always boil down to an individual thing. Change the laws and enforce them, and let the attitudes take care of themselves. Because most of the laws in this country are built on attitudes, not justice, not equality. Revolution is necessary. Racism, capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism dominate the lives of people of color around the world. The people of Africa, Asia, Latin America. The colonized minorities who live inside the United States. Fanon says of racism, quote, it stares one in the face for it so happens that it belongs in a characteristic whole. That of the shameless exploitation of one group of men by another, which has reached a higher stage of technical development. That is why military and economic oppression generally precedes, makes possible, and legitimizes racism. The habit of considering racism as a mental quirk, as a psychological flaw, must be abandoned. End quote. Racism does not operate as an individual force. It is an integral part of colonial oppression. We must understand that all colonized people are victims of racism and exploitation, but that all exploited people are not colonized. For instance, inside the United States, we see some whites who are oppressed and who are exploited, but they do not suffer from the racism which is forced upon black people by whites. They in fact form a part of the colonizing race. Some of the most racist whites are the oppressed whites. Man, he is talking. He's talking here. Our job is not to convert whites. If whites are dedicated to revolution, then they can be used in the struggle. However, if they impede the struggle and are proven to be a problem, then it's up to us to deal with them as with all problems. Our job now is to project what should be our common goal, the destruction of a system that makes slavery profitable. Now, there's a lot of people who say that the way you change laws is to destroy the power structure. I say you got to go beyond that. If you destroy the power structure, it can always be replaced by another power structure, whether it's white or black. The power structure serves the system, and the system is the thing which demands exploitation of people. You have to destroy the system. You can destroy the power structure and leave the system intact. But if you get the system, you get the power structure. But if you get the system, you got the power structure. That's the job which confronts us. However we may twist our words, and regardless of our personal subjective feelings, the truth of the matter is that we cannot end racism, capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism until the reins of state power are in the hands of those people who understand that the wealth, the total wealth of any country and the world belongs equally to all people. As we know, communism. We all know that's where it's going to end up, right? Societies and countries based on the profit motive will never ensure a new humanism or eliminate poverty and racism. However we may twist our words and regardless of our personal feelings, the stark reality remains that the power necessary to end racism, colonialism, capitalism, and imperialism will only come through long, protracted, bloody, brutal, and violent wars with our oppressors. Again, more commie stuff, right? More communism. Liberation movements must be based upon political principles that give meaning and substance to the struggle of the masses of people, and it is this struggle that advances the creation of a people's ideology. Liberation movements from the very beginning must be dedicated to principles that speak to the needs of the poor and oppressed, or must evolve in this type of movement with these principles while the fighting is going on. For it is not evident that those who fight will assume power and implement decisions that appropriate the wealth of countries for all people. Rather, to the contrary, the absence of these revolutionary political principles relates to the fact that some new rulers have settled for a new flag, a new style of dress, a seat in the UN, and/or accommodation with former colonial powers, a negotiated independence. All right? Sammy said he lost me again. Yeah, when you start pushing commie stuff, you already know we ain't really jacking it. We understand it, but just don't agree. We must draw from all ideologies those principles which benefit the majority of mankind. We cannot limit ourselves to just one concept or ideology that was relevant in some other revolution. As Debray points out, and correctly so, in his book, Revolution Within the Revolution, quote, revolutions cannot be imported nor exported. Certain changes have made even some of the most advanced ideologies obsolete. For example, socialism as it exists today ideologically may be impractical for certain oppressed peoples, but the political principles of socialism certainly have validity. And so even they admit it. Like, yo, implementing this is impractical. Now, you already know when it comes down to the ancestors prior to this generation, pragmatism and practicality was like their bread and butter. It has to be simple. It has to be able to be digested and acted upon immediately upon hearing it. So we can't do all of the pontificating, over complicating things, right? Making it extra complex for no reason. Like, we need to be able to act on it. Straight up. And so when it comes down to practicality, they're even saying that socialism as it exists today ideologically may be impractical for certain oppressed peoples. They even admit it. So I don't know why the socialists on my timeline, and this is what happens. The socialists don't read the black ancestral socialists. They don't care about the black ones. They only care about the white ones, even the black ones. They don't read these men and women. We got 3 weeks of revolutionary minded people. Eldridge Cleaver. Now we're dealing with the H. Rap Brown, and next week we're doing Huey P. Newton pause. You feel me? We tap in with them. I wanted to see what the Black Panthers thought. A couple weeks ago, I was like, yo, son, I wondered how they got to that conclusion. We all know about the books. We know about the Communist Manifesto. We all know, we know about those things, right? But how does a black American get involved? You feel me? This is crazy. But let's keep going. This is why in Cuba and other liberated countries, the principles of socialism are being incorporated into the ideologies of these countries. This again goes back to Fanon's observation that we must extend the Marxian analysis when we view colonialism. It is the political principles that make the ideology. As these principles are refined through struggle and an ideology is created. Many people have had these principles that speak to the needs of the mass of humanity, in mind as they were waging a struggle for independence, but having failed to win independence by defeating the enemy through armed struggle, it was necessary for them to negotiate with the colonial powers. In this process of negotiation, the colonial powers granted political autonomy, but maintained economic influence, control, and investments. The mere act of negotiating freedom means that the control necessary to appropriate the entire wealth of the country did not fall to the new leaders. I ain't gonna lie, that's pretty dope. That's a good point. The mere act of negotiation, or the mere act of negotiating freedom, means that you don't have the control. Because in his mind, you got to take your freedom. You got to die for your freedom, or die about your freedom. It shouldn't be negotiated. It should be taken. You know? That's what he's saying. Let's keep going. We should have learned by now from history that the process of negotiating freedom and not winning it by... We should have learned by now from history that the process of negotiating freedom and not winning it by armed struggle has built-in limitations. Told you. Told you. Because he's looking at the American Revolution. He's looking at the Civil War, right? He's looking at... I'm pretty sure those are going to be one of the two of the main, conflicts that he's talking about when it comes down to that, right? Because in the American Revolution, obviously we, fought, killed, and died for American independence. We didn't necessarily negotiate it. We put, blood on the leaves. Like we killed, we died. Blood was shed. Same thing with the Civil War. It wasn't negotiated. They killed and died for it on either side. But let's keep going. We must be prepared to fight to the death to destroy the system known as capitalism. For it is this system that oppresses the majority of mankind. And this, again, this is towards the end of the book. He got to hit us with the commie talk, which is, whatever. I knew it was coming. He hasn't said the word communism. It seems like he's more of a socialist, which is just baby communism. But, let's keep going. Vanguard groups must begin to reevaluate politics. What is known as politics in this country is meaningless. People have been told that politics means the Democratic and Republican parties, federal, state, and local government, the vote. History shows that politics, as it is defined by America, is undesirable and dangerous to black people, for the politics of capitalism has always been human oppression and exploitation. We must begin to relate to the politics of revolution. Chairman Mao says, here we go, another Mao reference, quote, politics is war without bloodshed, and war is an extension of politics, end quote. Every action that we are involved in is political, whether it is religious, artistic, cultural, athletic, governmental, educational, economic, or personal. There is no separation between church and state, art and politics, or politics and individual beliefs. Excuse me. Everything is inherently political. And this is where he goes like full commie, full socialist. Because when it comes down to the socialists and the communists, they're hammers. They're hammers. So everything looks like a nail. So just like he said, because he's such a political person, the air you breathe is political. Everything is political. And I've seen that statement before, and it's usually coming from left-leaning people, and there is truth to it. I'm not saying that it's not all the way true, right? It's somewhat true. But you can tell that, your mere existence is political. This is political. Everything is political. Under the God's green, like I'm saying, it's like, okay, we get it, gang. But let's keep going. The only division occurs around the question of whose political interests one will serve. This country has always used Negroes as a political tool against blacks. Without a common black political doctrine, America will use and is using blacks against blacks. Blackness must be political in our behalf. Individuals can no longer be immune to public political criticism because they are black and proud. There must be revolutionary political criticism of counter-revolutionary positions and acts. Some individuals who gain popularity in black America are later used as tools by white America. In most cases, white political interest comes as a result of the existing popularity of the black individuals. Understand, popularity does not reflect correctness. Blackness alone is not revolutionary. Well, that's what you said. You said that earlier in the book. You said if you were born black, if you are black, you are revolutionary no matter what. Now we come into the last chapter of the book. Now you're saying blackness alone is not revolutionary. Which one is it, Rap? Come on now. If we examine Cleveland, Ohio, Gary, Indiana, Washington, D.C., and many other areas populated predominantly by blacks, we can see a tactic being used that has often been tried in Africa, Vietnam, and other oppressed countries. It is called neocolonialism. In other words, when white structures and institutions are threatened, whites protect their economic and political interests and maintain control by using members of the oppressed people as their spokesmen. They set up puppet governments headed by individuals with white interests in mind. These people oppress their own kind for their personal gain. These puppet leaders are as dangerous as those whom they represent. Remember, it was Jews who began to remove other Jews for Hitler. Oh, talking about Soros. Yeah, we didn't forget about you, Soros. Yeah, you was ratting out fellow Jews. We know about you, gang. And we know about that interview you did when they asked you if you felt bad about it and you said no. Treacherous. Traitorous. Come on now. Yeah, it's a lot of quotes in this book I'm going to be tweeting. Not going to hold you. Let's keep going. Even if the flunky's interest is sincere, he is powerless against the system. Individuals do not mandate the action of system. Rather, the system demands certain actions of them. The only constructive thing a black mayor can do is to organize blacks to destroy the system that oppresses black people. We must never permit anyone, white or black, to destroy with impunity the product of a single drop of the blood and sweat of our people. White folks realize now that they can concede blackness and still exercise control. This country says, yes, you may be black, but you must be American, which means we are as responsible for oppression as whites. This country says, yeah, you may have black heroes, but we must approve of them. So they publicize Negroes who have been beneficial to this country. The tactic of co-opting is being used to its fullest. White folks will co-opt dog shit if it's in their advantage. White folks will co-opt dog shit if it's to their advantage. Today, niggas are timing and don't even know they're timing. We must say, as Fidel Castro says, another commie, quote, no liberalism whatsoever, no softening whatsoever, a revolutionary people, a political people, a strong people. This is what is needed throughout these years. What do the dangers or the sacrifices of man or of a nation matter when the destiny of humanity is at stake? Let's get to chapter 12. Final chapter. Final chapter, y'all. And we made good time, too. We made good time. Figure we'll go to about 11:30. That made sense. Tremaine says, from what I heard over the past couple books, this mindset doesn't really play out second or third order effects. Exactly. They are good with first order, but struggle to see past that. And as you can see, I'm so glad that you said that, Tremaine. Very profound observation. As we know, the ancestors prior to these people, especially a generation or two, like just to say like Rap's grandfather's generation, they had foresight. They thought 20, 30, 50, 75 years ahead. They did. Just with the way that they authored their books, the fact that institutions are supposed to last for decades, right? You build a brick building in 1900, you would expect that it would be around in the year 2000. It's not far-fetched, right? There are buildings that were built in the early 20th century, late 19th century that still stand today. You have buildings that was built in the 17th century, 16th century that are still around today. And so, yeah, we are doing these things for the proliferation and the future of Black America. Now, as you can see, this is a one and done thing. You live your life as a revolutionary. You're going to die before you see the solution. You just know it. That's the reason why you have to prepare yourself as a revolutionary to die. And that's a lot of the workshops, a lot of the speeches, H-Rap Brown speeches included. He said it in his book, like, you got to be ready to die about that. I don't think too many of their ancestors was talking like that when it came down to building the school. Now, if it came to it, right, we got people like George Denning, right? We got what's the lady name? Rosa Ingram, where her son shot in self-defense. Like, we have self-defense. We're not going out like that. We're not just going to be helpless victims. But, you know, building institutions and building Black America on that level to H-Rap Brown was basically just proliferating colonialism. It's just neo-colonialism. The white people really got the reins on you, but y'all get to play like you were an American. You get to pretend that you're actually an American. It's like, fam, we're American, bro. It can't just be, you know, what white people feel about us. What the hell? My fault. I don't know why it does that, but you know, it is what it is. But like, come on, let's finish the book, y'all. Let's finish the book. We made good time too. I don't think this chapter is gonna be very long, so we'll be able to finish it probably more than likely about like 11:30, around that time. Let me zoom out just a little bit. Here we go. Chapter 12. In the course of a struggle for liberation, there will be individuals who will dedicate themselves and contribute all of their energies. Their only lasting reward must be victory. However, acknowledgement can precede victory. In comparison to the contributions, acknowledgement is no more than a small reward. History is always unkind to those who really make revolutions. This, my last speech in Detroit, is dedicated to those whom I feel have furthered the liberation struggle of blacks. I only wish I could give more. The following list is by no means complete, nor does it imply that these are the only revolutionary people I've worked with. After the first name, this list has no designed order. The first individual who has consistently committed himself totally and completely to the struggle, Bob Smith, more so than any other individual, symbolizes revolutionary spirit and attitude. His contributions are immeasurable. Willie Ricks, Faye Bellamy, Matthew Jackson, Theophilus Smith, Ralph Featherstone, Johnny Jackson, Julius Lester, James Foreman, Brother Crook. This is just a partial list of those who have contributed greatly. For these individuals that are listed, and for those others that have given even in some cases their lives, I say the words of the black poet George Douglas Johnson. My pathway lies through worse than death. I meet the hours with bated breath. My red blood boils, my pulses thrill. I live life running up a hill. I know that ain't the end of the poem. That can't be the end of it. Come on. Here we go. I know I need no paltry play of makeshift tilts for holiday. For I was born against the tide and will conquer that denied. I shun no hardship, fear no foe. The future calls and I must go. I charge the line and dare the spheres as I go fighting down the years. To these individuals I say, Lasima Tashinde Mimbalashaka. I keep forgetting how to pronounce this word. Imbalashka. No, Imbalashka. Yeah, no, Imbalash. Oh, man, forget it. I'm tired of trying to pronounce this word. Anyway, brothers and sisters, I've just seen the battlefield. Brothers and sisters, I've just seen the battlefield. You did a thorough job. There was a town called Motown. Now it ain't no town. They used to call it Detroit. Now they call it destroyed. I hear ain't nothing left but Motown sound. And if they don't come around, you gonna burn them down. They say ain't nobody left but Smokey, and that's a miracle. Langston Hughes wrote a poem called A Dream Deferred. This poem is for the benefit of those who pretend not to understand what has occurred, not only here, but throughout this corrupt country. He raises the question, what happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or does it fester like a sore and then run? Or does it sag like a heavy load, or does it explode? This poem was unanswered until Watts, Detroit, Newark, Plainfield, Atlanta, and every other city that has experienced and felt the black fire. Our dream is one of liberation, a right of self-determination, a dream of denied freedom, no more, no less. Our fire says we are no longer dreaming of freedom. We are exercising our rights to be free at the expense of anybody who gets in our way. You see, freedom is absolute. You're either free or you're a slave. There is nothing in between freedom and slavery. There's no such thing as second-class citizens. That's like telling me you can be a little bit pregnant. Now, remember that was in his speech as well. Freedom is as absolute as truth. You're either lying or telling the truth. We were born free. We must exercise our right to be free. Today, I will talk about two things: colonialism and revolution. In other words, sickness and cure. The United States redefined colonialism. It not only went to Africa and exploited the land and its people, it brought black people here and continues its exploitation. And it drove the Native American Indians by murder and wholesale genocide onto reservations. And now this is romanticized on TV as cowboys and Indians. America is the ultimate denial of the theory of man's continuous evolution. This country represents everything that humans have suffered from, their every affliction. The very fact that a place like this can exist appalls most of mankind. This country is the world's slop jar. America's very existence offends me. For black people, it is not a question of leaving or separating. Given our historical experiences, we know better than anyone that the animal that is America must be destroyed. Through capitalism, this country establishes colonies, but not colonies in the old sense, but like franchises. The Philippines, Venezuela, Vietnam, Puerto Rico, and other countries are to the United States what dope is to Harlem. Bloods use it, but the mafia owns it. It just goes to show you, you give the cracker an inch, he wants a yard. Give him a yard, and he'll burn a cross on it. Every time. Now that was funny, I ain't gonna lie. There is no difference between Harlem and Puerto Rico. There's no difference between Harlem and Puerto Rico, Harlem and Vietnam, except that in Vietnam, people are fighting for their liberation. That is, armed struggle. Let's examine that war in Vietnam. My position on that war is that black folks ain't got no business shooting other black folks for white folks. If we must fight, then our war is here at home. We can't let white folks decide for us who our enemy is. We must decide who our enemy is and how to deal with him. Black cats must say that if Lynchum Burn Johnson can stay here and keep the Viet Cong off Lady Bird, then we can stay here and keep the crackers off of our women. We must refuse to participate in the war of genocide against people of color, a war that also commits genocide against us. Black men are being used on the front lines at a disproportionate rate. 45% of the casualties are black. That's genocide. We cannot let our black brothers fight in Vietnam because we need them here to fight with us. If we can die defending our motherland, we can die defending our mothers. Ooh. It is the black man's will to be free that has made him fight for this country, not his love. The same will to be free will make him fight this country. The army is to kill people. We have to decide if we will be killers. When we decide, we have to decide who are we going to kill and when. We are the greatest victims of colonial rule. We are exposed to this country's strongest institutions every day. We find that what is called education is not education at all. What it is white nationalist propaganda. Black people are made to hate themselves. I saw a brother on the corner once trying to figure out what was wrong with his skin. It didn't match his flesh-colored Band-Aid. Media is used against us in total. The WPP, white power people, or the white power press, or white people's power, take your choice, all victimize blacks. The rebellion's aftermath brought demands in the white press not for the resolution of historic grievances of oppressed blacks, but the guillotining of Carmichael or myself. The Negro press is no better. They wait for white folks to tell them what to say. The tactic of media is to make you an enemy of the people. Enemies of the people are always vulnerable. The reason Malcolm could be killed and black folks didn't revolt is that the press had made Malcolm an enemy of the people. More Negroes were scared of Malcolm than whites. The reason they could give Muhammad Ali the maximum sentence and fine was because the press had made him an enemy of the people. The reason Adam Powell could be politically lynched and black folks didn't revolt was because Adam had been made an enemy of the people. Negroes believe anything the press says. Anything you don't control can be used as a weapon against you. Education is used as a weapon against us. News media is used as a weapon against us. Athletics, we dominate in athletics, but we don't control them. Therefore, the Negro athlete is used as a weapon against us. This country realizes that the athlete has an image in our community. So they get some old bootlicking, shuffling, money-mad Negro who can run or jump, and they tell him, go control your people. If we can't control athletes, we can sure cripple them. Brothers ought to break him up so bad, and so he'll have to die to get well. Ooh. Imagine beating up somebody so bad that they gotta die to feel better. Come on, son. Rap be talking. Oh my God. I disagree with so much of this, but he's saying it so convincingly, fam. Like, obviously, there's going to be the obvious things that I agree with. You feel me? And, using token blacks and all that other stuff. But, like, anyway. But he's very convincing. Very compelling orator. Let's see. The same thing goes for entertainers. Teach them that if they can't say the right thing, then don't say nothing. Another thing that is used effectively against blacks is the court system. There is no justice in this country for black people. Justice is a joke, and it stinks of hypocrisy. Lyndon Johnson is Hitler's illegitimate child, and J. Edgar Hoover is his half sister. Oh my goodness, these one-liners, I have to make a thread of his one-liners, gang. This book is so great. Let's see. Justice means just us white folks. There's no redress of grievances. There's no redress of grievance for blacks in this country. When the government becomes the lawbreaker, people must become law enforcers. What happened at the Algiers motel must not. This letter is he cooking in this letter. Must not be allowed to be repeated. The tribunal to be held must be made legal by the people. If the murderers are found guilty, and they should be, the brother should carry out the execution. When we begin to pull all of these things together, we begin to understand what America is doing. Genocide can be seen in the mass removal of black folks from the streets by placing them in jails. Yes, the courts conspired to commit genocide. Black people are in the majority in most jails in this country. Concentration camps have been established and maintained throughout this country. They were established as a result of the McCarran Act of 1950. There is a book called Concentration Camps USA that's written by Charles R. Allen, who is white. I say this because it usually bridges the credibility gap. You don't believe what black folks say, but you believe white folks. It is in your interest that you read it, and I will, because you're not knowing what's going to happen doesn't make it any the less true. Me and Carmichael can't fill all them camps. They must be planning on taking somebody else. This country is waging a genocidal war against people of color, domestic and foreign. This is a country that pays white farmers for not growing food and dumps surplus food in the ocean. Birth control, as is practiced by governmental programs dealing with the masses of poor, can't be called anything else but an attempt at genocide. Look how, man. First of all, definitely going to read that book. Second of all, did he predict mass incarceration of the 80s? 11 years later, or, a decade and some change later? Very interesting. Very interesting. He says this, and then in the 1980s, going into the 1990s, mass incarceration becomes a thing. And it doesn't reach its peak until 2008. Let's keep reading. And also being against birth control. Shout out to that. Look how far we have gone, man. It should not be forced by a government. I don't care about no. Come on now. Some of you are probably saying America wouldn't do that kind of thing. Negroes like to believe that they are something special to this country. Well, let's examine America's history. The American Indian, total genocide. And the man shows it to you on TV. The Japanese. America dropped the bomb on Japan and not on Germany. Not because they didn't have the bomb, but because the Japanese are yellow. When this country fought Germany, the German Americans were not put in concentration camps. However, when they fought Japan, Japanese Americans were put in concentration camps in this country. The Vietnamese and Latin Americans. America says that she's in their countries to stop communist aggression. America has never moved to stop communist aggression in white countries by utilizing anti-personnel bombs and napalm. In Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and she uses radio-free Europe. Never weapons of destruction. It is important to note here that all the countries with people of color are the ones militarily attacked by America. So why should we be immune to her racism? We experience it every day. We were brought here to do work. There is no more work. Machines do the jobs we used to do. The Attorney General made a statement a few weeks ago. The entire population of this country will be a leisure class. Wait. Within 20 years, the entire population of this country will be a leisure class, with the exception of 10% of that population because of automation and cybernation. Now, 20 years from the publishing of this book was the year I was born. This book was published in 1969. I was born 1989. And this is what I mean about having a lack of foresight. You had some, right? You had somebody, give a faulty prediction about 20 years from now. Now, obviously, the world, especially America, became more automated from the decades of 1969 to 1989, right? But most of the country, well, no, they said the entire population of this country will be a leisure class. Now, we know that ain't true. We know what 1989 looked like, and it wasn't the entire population of the country being a leisure class, with the exception of 10% of that population because of automation and cybernation. Absolutely false. But anyway, let's keep going. Then, when we look to see who they are training for those jobs, we find that they are training whites. So that lets me know that this country no longer needs black people. Yeah, it's a terrible assessment, Rap. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You was off on that one. That didn't hit. Especially now that I'm in the future. As somebody in the future, bro, I'm telling you, that didn't hit. It did not age well, but it's fine. America has a surplus. Maybe you weren't wrong. You were just early, right? Because AI, that's what they're saying AI about to do. So maybe you weren't wrong. You were just early. Maybe that. America has a surplus of niggas. She then legitimizes her program of genocide by implanting into the minds of whites and Negroes the idea that blacks don't do anything but riot and get on welfare. We put America on notice. If white folks want to play Nazi, black folks ain't going to play Jews. Woo! Nah, H-Rap Brown gang, you should have dropped the album, bro. You should have dropped the album. Bars on, but this entire book is full of bars, gang. We have not made any progress since we have been in this country. We are still slaves. Concessions are not to be confused with progress. Whites have made concessions only out of political necessity. This country only loosens its hold on black people to get a better grip. Whites and Negroes talk of progress and point to Thurgood Marshall. You don't like Thurgood Marshall, gang? Oh, man. Concession. White folks put them there and can remove them when they get ready. James O. Eastland, a redneck, camel breath, moldy old cracker from Mississippi, subjected Thurgood to a level of questioning that was unheard of before. What he was really saying was, you might be the top nigger in the country, but you are still a nigger to me. They gave Negroes an astronaut, but I bet they lose that nigger in space. No, he was killed in a jet crash while landing. We have not made any progress. Negroes go for anything white folks tell them or sell them. If the man wanted to, he could tell black folks, bring me all the rocks you can find. And for every rock you bring, I will give you $1 million. Bloods would bring rocks for days, little rocks, big rocks, rocks nobody knew existed. And when the man got all the rocks, he tell black folks, we're using rocks for money. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one, I ain't gonna lie. Ask the South what the North did after the Civil War. This country operates on an annual budget of $800 billion. These dollars are supposedly backed by gold. The international monetary system is also based on gold. This means that foreign countries can demand gold for America's paper dollars. France is now demanding payment of gold or in gold. America's foreign debt exceeds her quantity of gold. Relying upon one of its old tactics, America changed the rules. Through pressure from this country, the international monetary system changed from gold to what is called paper gold. As the chairman says, quote, power comes from the barrel of a gun, end quote. Freedom is not for sale. Freedom can only be bought with revolution. There must be a reevaluation of politics. What is considered politics in this country is meaningless to black people. Politics, as defined by the geographical and influential boundaries of this country, is irrelevant to masses of people. The vote is used as a tool of oppression. Camus raises a very good point. He says, quote, what better way to enslave a man? What better way to enslave a man than give him the vote and call him free? End quote. In other words, what does it profit a man to be able to vote and not be able to choose his candidates? Politics in this country is not bipartisan. Politics is very partial toward whites with money. The only politics that should be relevant to us is the politics of revolution. Everything must relate to the struggle as a political form. Culture must be political. Nationalism alone is not a political doctrine. Nationalism has to be a part of a political doctrine. Without vanguard political direction, cultural movements bring economic and or political liberalism, not revolution. We must move to define the difference between political nationalism and cultural nationalism. We must move from black awareness to revolutionary motion. Quote, to be black is necessary but not sufficient. End quote. Every Negro is a potential traitor, and every black man is only a potential revolutionary with emphasis on potential. To be black is not to be revolutionary. See, he contradicted himself later on in the book, but it's fine. When you begin to stress culture without politics, people can become so hooked up in the beauty of themselves that they have no desire to fight. It becomes so ego gratifying just to be black. Vanguard groups can't afford to go around stressing culture without politics. The real test now is preparation for and initiation of struggle. Write me a novel about how to infiltrate the FBI and destroy it. Write me poems that say more than that you are black and beautiful. Write me poems that say more than that you are black and beautiful. Perform dances with guns to legitimize guns as a weapon of struggle. If you examine any country that has undergone successful revolution, you will find that the cultural revolution has never come before actual armed confrontation. Never before a contest for power was waged. Note, today we see the black world divided on the question of ideology. Throughout Africa, the lack of common political motivation divides people against people and ensures opportunism by certain leaders. Inside the United States, this is a paramount problem where groups of blacks are struggling in various ways for liberation. The struggle is being checked through the lack of common political objective. The concept of black power, for instance, has been diluted and prostituted to the point to where even the most conservative Negroes are now for black power. Whitey Young, dictator of the Urban League, preaches for black pride and claims that black power is attainable through black capitalism. A lot of cats said the blood is coming home, but look again, he's still following his master. Floyd McKissick, former director of CORE, who once argued for black power, maintains that black people need black capitalism. The United States government, that's so crazy. I brought up Floyd McKissick in my monologue. Man, me and the ancestors, man, undeniable. Okay, the United States government is in the process of giving tax incentives to those who start black businesses and invest in black areas. And the Unlimited Ford Foundation, which has been trying to buy up the movement for years and which funds everything from black television programs to experiments in school decentralization, has recently declared that it will place some of its investment portfolio in developing black capitalism. This is what they were talking about when it came down to Nixon and all of that, right? All black folks considering revolutionary work must be aware of these pitfalls. This is where you had me all throughout the book, gang. Little pockets of disagreement, but this is your crescendo. This is obviously the crescendo of the book. We're getting towards the end of the book, right? And he's saying, we need to outright reject black capitalism. And he's actually name dropping some people that I rock with, like Floyd McKissick of Soul City, North Carolina, gang. I feel like that was a great idea, right? And now he's talking down on something that quite literally would have helped black America. And this goes into, like I said, the political philosophy of the portal theory, right? Because you have black men on the ground being like, do not invest in your community. Do not build business. Do not operate and maintain, wealth in the black community because we need to be revolutionaries. We should be worried about burning everything down to the ground. And now in 2026, you got a bunch of dorky 19 to 25-year-old kids who don't know anything talking the same stuff. You feel me? Let's keep going. We must study how revolutions are aborted. How independence movements are stifled, how people are cheated of the fruits of their efforts, how the foot soldier of the Mau Mau gets destroyed or betrayed, by gets betrayed by the bourgeois nationalists. These are things that all revolutionaries must understand. January 1969. At this stage of struggle, the greatest danger comes from within. It has become profitable, fashionable, and even necessary to be black. In that order, militancy is second to blackness. However, to be militant is not to be revolutionary. Upon close examination, I found the thrust of most militancy is toward reform, not revolution. A militant in this case is one who never stops talking. Militants will bust their balls campaigning to get some cracker elected. Black militants grow naturals to appear on TV as cops shooting blacks for this country. There's not one Negro on TV that has a politically meaningful role. I Spy is I'm tripping. This is all italicized. I was about to put an inflection on is. I Spy is the logical extension of the Lone Ranger. My man is just Tonto. In Mission Impossible, the brother is a humanoid, a professional mechanic for the CIA. All of these shows play against black people. They might help individuals, but never the masses. They are designed to keep blacks militantly happy. Black militants talk about revolution while seriously programming white people for money. This is the new hustle. Niggers running around with naturals on their heads and nothing on their minds. Some of the biggest and prettiest naturals belong to the police. Black militant disc jockeys, militantly trying to convince white people they got blue-eyed soul. Militant Negro magazines advising blacks on which white man to vote for. Militancy, too, must be political. We must begin to see ours as the struggle of oppressed people. We are not the only oppressed people in this country. We are a vanguard force in the revolution because we have been the most dispossessed. The Mexican American, the Puerto Rican, the American Indian, Japanese American, poor whites, all these groups have reason to fight. Repression will force them to fight. However, it is doubtful that poor whites can overcome racism. We hold the key to liberation around the world. The freedom of people around the world depends upon what we do. This is true because this country is the chief oppressor around the world. If we view this country as an octopus, then we see that her tentacles stretch around the globe, like in Vietnam, Africa, Latin America. If these countries cut off a tentacle, it can be replaced. But we got his eye. We live in the belly of the monster. So it's up to us to destroy its brain. When we do this, not only will Africa be free, but all people oppressed by the man. It is because of America's racism and greed that black people and people of color around the world are oppressed. The question of violence has been cleared up. This country was born of violence. Violence is as American as cherry pie. Apple pie. Anyway, black people have always been violent, but our violence has always been directed toward each other. If non-violence is to be practiced, then it should be practiced in our community and end there. Wake that up. Violence is a necessary part of revolutionary struggle. Non-violence, as it is advocated by Negroes, is merely a preparation for genocide. Some Negroes are so sold on nonviolence that if they received a letter from the White House saying to report to concentration camps, they would not hesitate. They'd be there on time. If we examine what happened to the Jews, we find that it was not the Germans who first began to remove Jews, it was other Jews. We must be prepared to fight anyone who threatens our survival, black and white. The rebellions taught blacks the value of retaliatory violence. The most successful rebellion was held in Plainfield. It was successful in the sense that white violence was minimized. The only death that occurred in Plainfield was that of a white racist cop. We know how sensitive America is about the killing of policemen, especially white policemen. But both National Guardsmen and local police were afraid to shoot up the black community because brothers had just stolen 2 crates of guns. Each one of very interesting. Each one of these guns would shoot 7 times before you load it, which makes it hard to hold it. 8 times before you cock it, and takes a man to stop it. The very fact that white folks fear guns shows the value in being armed. Power, indeed, must come from the barrel of a gun. We can no longer allow threats of death to immobilize us. Death is no stranger to black folks. We've been dying ever since we got here. To all of the brothers and sisters who are here, ours may be to do and die. But for the little brothers, for For the little brothers and sisters, there should be, but the reason why. This country has delivered an ultimatum to black people. America says to blacks, you either fight to live or you will live to die. I say to America, fuck it. Freedom or death. Power to the people. Wow. 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 What a read. What a read, man. That last monologue. Listen, most of that stuff as it pertains to communism, I disagree. He gonna call me Uncle Tom for that. But, you know, it is what it is. But when it comes down to the stuff that he's talking about within Black America, absolutely agree. We should only be nonviolent towards each other. Somebody try to harm us, be as violent as possible. You have to take it up a notch. If somebody is coming at you with level 1 violence and they're trying to harm you, you need to take it to level 10 immediately. You have to neutralize the threat, right? That's how you're supposed to do it. But when it comes down to, like, you know, it's interfacing as black people, nah, man, we ain't got to hate each other. When it comes down to the militants and what he was talking about, I'm one of those people, I would have to assume, that he's talking about. I just disagree, Rap. I disagree. I truly believe that the methods of the guys not all of them, but some of the guys that you were arguing with really did know what they were talking about. You know, that's what happens when, you know, that's the downside of the revolutionary mind. You feel me? You're not going to hit every beat. And I'm not saying that I hit every beat either. I'm pretty sure I missed a lot. But when you're saying that, yo, we all need to do this, we all need to do that, you know what I'm saying? That's when it's gonna be like, come on now, you're not even thinking that far ahead in the future. The furthest we saw that, you know, or the farthest, is it furthest or farthest? Either way, because I know it's two different definitions for further and farther. But anyway, all we saw was 20 years in the future, which is 1989. It's like, cool, that's not even a generation. Like, you're not even thinking of, like, you know, obviously at the end he says for, you know, we got to be the ones that die for the young brothers and sisters. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about me. 20 years later, I was born. You know what I'm saying? 20 years later, I was born, and we love capitalism by and large, Rap. I ain't going to hold you, man. We love buying things. We love making money and building wealth. Like, that's just you know what it is, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you. So, unfortunately, this is gonna be like what I think, and this is pretty much what I was saying Saturday and Monday. It's just like, I appreciate the programs, a lot of the ideology, not all of it, but it's the politics that they lose me on. Being totally honest, the politics are where they lose me, and that's the reason why it was hard for me to really, you know, get into that part of the movement, because I'm not about to do that, bro. I'm not even gonna hold you. I'm not about to do that. This is the wrong one. I did not want this one. It's fine though, because we just about to put some. All right, but yeah. So so that's it. They lost me on the communism, straight up, because I like private property. I like being able to build wealth. I like profit. You know what I'm saying? Private ownership and all this other stuff. That's my bag. You know what I mean? So that's just what it is. Okay, we can go with this one, I guess. We can go with this one. Hold on. But yeah, man, so we're going to get up out of here. Like I said, 11:30. I like to be, you know, on time. You know? So let's get up out of here, man. Let's get up out of here. All right. This has been another episode
Express yourself.
of Hotep History Live. With your host,
Express yourself.
with the most, President Hotep Dude. Hope you guys enjoyed this week going over H. Rap Brown's political autobiography. Cannot wait to see how you guys feel about it in the comments and all of the tweets and stuff like that. Make sure that you are subscribing to the Patreon.
Do it good.
Make sure you are subscribing to the Patreon.
Whatever you do.
Patreon.com/Hotep History. Thank you everybody that came out. Shout out to Sammy for holding it down in the chat. I think I saw Cliff and Tremaine. You guys have been wonderful, man. I cannot wait for next week. You can plan it. Okay, Monday at 7 p.m. We'll be going over Huey P. Newton's Revolutionary Suicide. So, can't wait for that. We still gonna stay in the revolution bag for another week. And after that, we gotta see where we gonna go. So thank you guys again. And as always, you can't have the future without the present. And you can't have the present without the past. And we don't study history to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present so we can positively what? Affect our future. Thank you guys again. We'll see you guys Monday evening. Beat me there, don't meet me there. And of course,